Salciunas alongside my man John Kincade. Johnny, good morning.
And a good morning to you, too, on a Wednesday as we move closer to Panthers on Sunday.
Yeah. Are we looking at Panthers on Sunday?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, I am not overlooking anything. I refuse to overlook anything with this team.
They can beat those little kitties.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so.
Screw the Panthers got an Bryce Young noodle arm. Come on, man.
Okay.
Is this a trap game because Andrew's overlooking the Panthers?
I heard this with Trevor Lawrence. I heard this with Deshaun Watson. I am going to hold judgment.
You mean the two guys
week.
that stink?
Yeah, and we let them be in the game till the last possession.
Well, the head coach let them be
that
in the
takes
game
part of it.
Until the last possession.
Hopefully that changes.
So,
but I'm good. Yes, I'm going to continue to take each opponent legitimately.
So you lead me down the path of the start of the show. Thank you, John. I don't even know if you did it on purpose.
That's what I try to do.
Nick Sirriani. Mm-hmm. So yesterday, during the show, we were speaking glowingly of Nick.
Can't speak of him more glowingly.
I mean, he's a CEO right now in terms of how he's handling himself, not just on the field, but also his press conferences. We played a couple of clips yesterday where we were going, there you go, Nick. You're starting to speak a little less.
Yes.
You're starting to be a little bit more certain with the words you're saying and how you're trying to portray a certain message. After the win against the Rams, he was saying, hey, I don't want you asking my players about how good they're doing. Like, I don't want any of that stuff. I want us to keep on focusing. I love the fact that he talked about being boring, a boring football team that just goes in, works, plays their game, goes home. They're not flashy, even though the celebrations are a lot of fun. But he talked about being a boring football team. I don't need the Eagles having drama. I get enough drama from the rest of the NFL on a daily basis, on an hourly basis, that I have my fill. I don't need it with the Eagles.
I enjoy watching other teams bring the drama, and we sort of snicker at it.
Like in this division with the Giants and the Cowboys. It's a lot of fun to see that drama that could honestly probably be a reality TV show. That's why Hard Knocks exists. And then the Eagles are just kind of doing their thing and winning. But then every once in a while, Sirianni has to do something that pisses me off.
All right, now, it's okay. Give it and give the context.
So,
very important.
Yesterday, he does a interview with Albert Breer for SI.com.
Monday Morning Quarterback. He took it over from Peter King.
And if you remember, what was it, 2 weeks ago? He was on the Pat McAfee show.
Oh yeah. You mean the Chuckle Fest with his buddies?
Yeah.
Yes.
All of a sudden, he's doing a bit of a media tour. He told us earlier in the week that he got warned by the official, and then we saw him run into the tunnel, yelling and screaming, which is something we have not seen him do since the Chiefs game last year.
It's the kind of stuff that Big Dom is actually paid to keep from happening.
Yes.
Not to have him running on where he's getting warnings on the field, not to be engaging like that, and most certainly not to be acting like a clown going off the field.
Right. So Sirianni's all of a sudden started to show himself a little bit when things are going well. And look, I'm okay with him celebrating with his teammates. I've no problem with it, but obviously
with his teammates,
his players, I should say. My bad.
Because that's
the teammates of the Eagles.
I like the teammates celebrating.
Yes,
I like it.
You're right.
I like it when the head coach gives the little clap and gets the hell out of the way because they're the story, not him.
But that's the thing. I need him to not be the story.
Yeah, but that's where the problem runs in this story.
Once again, he's the story today. So he was asked about the early season struggles. Quote, you obviously hear it. You got to prepare for media, and I got to do questions. But I also got to practice what I preach. And if I'm going to tell these guys not to listen when the word is out that we're not any good or that the word's out that we're really good, then I need to do the same thing. That's all I've tried to do. My job is to lead this football team along with the captains and the leaders we have and put my head down and go to work. Now, that sounds great.
I took issue with that immediately right off the bat.
All right, well, then, please, you go ahead and start.
I took issue at when they're telling us that we're not any good. No. What people were telling the Eagles early on this season is that they were really, really good and underachieving.
Yeah.
That this team is really, really good, and somehow they're getting in their own way. Nobody was saying that the Eagles are bad, were bad, or that they were not any good, which is what his quote is.
Right.
Nobody was saying that. They were saying this team is getting in its own way. Its head coach is getting in the way. That's what we were saying. Nobody was saying the Eagles were not any good.
But you understand, like, kind of what he's talking about.
Yeah, but it's a deceptive message. It's a complete deceptive message. And I'm not going to wordsmith this. He said when people are telling us, no, when people tell us that we're not any good, that's not true. That's not what was going on.
Yeah, nobody said that the Eagles were a bad football
Nobody
team.
said they were a bad football team. Nobody said they were not any good. In fact, they were saying they're a really, really good team, and somehow they're managing to get in their own way.
And a lot of it was about
the head coach.
The head coach. And so the head coach continued.
Like after the Atlanta game.
And he started talking about how the media overreacted to the 2-2 start.
Really?
He said it was an overreaction and it was all media driven. Now let's unpack this for a second. John, you, I believe, were in the building for Eagles-Browns. Is that correct?
I was in the building that day for the Nick Sirianni. Honestly, it looked like I texted you all. It was like I was watching a mental break.
Can you confirm? You're on trial right now.
I will confirm.
You did not put the hand on the Bible yet, but,
no, but I'll put my hand in the air.
We'll get there. Can you confirm that you were sitting in the press box during that game and when events transpired at the end?
That is correct.
Can you confirm that, I don't know, Jeff McClain was in the press box?
Yes, he was.
Andrew DeCecco.
Yes, Andrew DeCecco was there. I can confirm. He was sitting a row behind me.
I would say,
I could confirm.
Can you confirm that every media member was probably in the press box except for the guy that does sidelines on the radio broadcast?
Yes,
and
in a fur coat.
Yes, in a fur coat.
But he's a very nice man, and he was not wearing a fur coat that day.
The reason why I'm saying all these things, can you confirm that there were no media members sitting in the front row behind the Eagles bench?
That is correct. The media is not placed in the stands.
So when I hear Nick Sirianni say the media had overreacted and it was all media driven.
Really?
Who was Sirianni barking at?
Fans.
After the Eagles barely beat the Browns.
Nick Sirianni could have been barking that day to 3/4 of the stadium. The paying customers that are Jeffrey Lurie's customers. There was at least 40 to 45,000 of that crowd that were very throaty that day about voicing their displeasure constantly into the way that team was playing after the bye week.
So when he says this whole media thing,
and his
it's not just
decision-making.
media. He's saying that to be safe because you can't call out the fans. You saw the backlash that he got.
No, but he did call out. See, this is the thing. He did call before he ever spoke about media. He did call out the fans.
I know, he went right
heckled
up to
them,
him.
went up in them. How you like that? He might have done a Kirk Cousins. And then, of course, he had his mental meltdown of a press conference afterwards. Let's bring the kids into the press conference and let's ramble on and let's go nuts.
So just when I think he and I might be on like on speaking terms, he's got to go out on this whole people were overreacting thing. So
his Spike the Football tour is what he's doing.
I don't like that, by the way. But anyways, here's the question today. It's 610-632-0975 to start the show. Do you believe that people, and don't say, Andrew and John, the media. No, people, because Eagles fans had similar thoughts that we had early on in the season. Did we overreact? Were we reacting a little too quickly to the Eagles' 2-2 start, the bye week, and then the ugly win against the Browns coming out of the bye against the worst quarterback at the time in the NFL, Deshaun Watson?
He is the worst quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, but at that time, statistically, he was the worst quarterback in the NFL, and they beat them 20-16. So were we overreacting to the first 5 games of the season, the first 6 weeks of the season, because of the bye week? My answer is no. Like, I don't believe that we were overreacting. And if you think that we were, why did it take players going into Nick Sirianni's office to ask for a change with the offensive philosophy? Now, I will say this, John. I've credited Nick Sirianni for listening.
No, we did. We've credited him over and over.
I applaud him for doing that. But it still needed to happen. It still led to that, to the point where players had to go into his office and knock on the door and say, Nick, you got to run the football, man. Like, they didn't go to Kellen Moore's office. They didn't go to somebody else. They went to Nick. Because clearly they saw a problem and they wanted to address it, because these guys aren't here to just win football games. They're here to try to win a big picture game, which is the Super Bowl. And that's why I was angry after the Saints win, after the Browns win. Because this season's about getting back to the NFC Championship game, not just winning a game here and there in September.
Nick the victim. This is his victimization tour. I'm the victim. Now I'm winning. Now I'm going to get chesty. Now I'm going to lash out. And this is what happened. And this is where every single time that he draws me in to go, look, and we've given him nothing but praise, I think, for a month.
Yes.
We've come in after every game and said, great job, Nick.
Because he's deserved it.
Because he's deserved it and he's earned it. But now what he's trying to do is he's trying to portray it as he's the victim here. That these people are too rough on me. Here's what I would say is this. We have a boss. He'll be in the building today. If for 4 shows in a row, we're not doing any of the things that he sort of coaches us on, prompts us to do and everything. He's just supposed to go, it'll all work out. No. He's supposed to come in and go, or talk to us afterwards and go, guys.
What did you do here? Why?
Did we talk about this?
Yeah.
And then you know what? If he talked to us about it today, and then tomorrow morning we came in and did the same exact crap, he talked to us again, and I promise you the tone of the conversation would not be the same. It would not be the same. The first one would be give these guys the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Let them work it out. The second conversation would be, did you listen to me at all? And if it goes on for a month of underachieving football, then at that point, not only were his paying customers pissed off, I can tell you for flat out, his bosses were pissed off after that Cleveland game.
Yeah.
His bosses weren't happy with him. So I don't want to hear this victimization. He's now winning, and now it's like, man, see? I had it all along. Well, these people jumped my back, man. I had it all along. Yeah, now that's not the way it was. It's not the way it was. It's revisionist history, and it's Nick the victim.
Yeah,
and it's why every time I get sucked in on this guy, I get pissed off because I just give him the benefit of the doubt, and he's doing despite the football tour.
Yeah, and that's what I don't get. Like, I understand if a guy like Louis Riddick, yesterday we read his tweet where he was doing the whole, hey, where are all those Eagles fans now that were so critical of him? All right, he's a national media member that doesn't live this day to day, right? So he doesn't know what was going on the first 6 weeks of the season, or maybe he did know what was going on, but not to the extent that we knew what was going on.
He's also puckering up because he is actively right now trying to get a general manager's job in the NFL.
And so that's him. But
so he's saying, look at me, I defend coaches.
But Sirianni has no backing on doing that. Like you were the one that was leading this team to a 2-2 start and a rough game coming out of the bye week.
And your own players were not pleased with your performance.
They had to go in your
own players had to tell you to act up, stop acting up.
And again, I give him credit because we got a tweet from Walter McCray early on in the show. Are you guys going to do this Negadelphia thing on our 10-2 coach today? No, we have celebrated.
He did this.
He did this to himself.
This is ridiculous. Walter, this is not us. We've been doing nothing but praising him for a month. For a month. He's been getting nothing but praise. Stop it with that BS. That's a bunch of garbage. He's the one who brought this up. He's the one who created this narrative. Not us.
And him saying the whole media thing, it's also
it's so
fans.
tired.
All right, like people were overreacting.
The city was the stadium. The stadium was booing him.
And here's the thing, John. I'll say this. It's one thing if this was 2023. The Eagles just got to the Super Bowl, they lost to the Chiefs, and they started off 2-2, and we were groaning. Maybe that's an overreaction. Let's not ignore history.
The context of the story.
Let's not ignore what happened last year. And then your first 4 games following a historic collapse was bad.
Correct.
Except for the Packers win. The 3 games, you went 1-2 in those games, and they weren't good. Even the win wasn't good.
To make the point, what did we do the Monday after the Packers game? Did we commit?
We celebrated.
Was Nick Sirianni getting ripped?
No.
In fact, he was getting praised that he had an excellent game on the sideline.
Yeah.
Our talking points were all extremely positive.
Yeah.
So, it disproves his point. When he gives garbage in, garbage out, great performances garner great praise. Poor performances garner critique.
And there were games where the team played well. Like
Seriously.
The Jaguars game, the team played well. There was one person that had a bad day.
He had a terrible day
that day. Sirianni. So our question, like, look, I feel a certain type of way about Nick Sirianni, which is why I'm emotional the way that I am, and John as well. But the question itself is, do you believe that you or we or anybody was overreacting through the first month and a half of the season? I say no. And I think the players would agree if they were the ones that had to go to Nick Sirianni's office. And again, credit to
change
Nick.
the direction.
Credit to Nick for listening.
That is correct. We did credit him.
I just brought up the Jordan Mailata quote yesterday, talking about how they felt like they were heard, and they appreciate that. And you don't know how far that goes in a locker room. So that's great. This is not a rip Nick Sirianni fest.
Sounds like it.
No, it isn't.
But you know what? I'm ripping him doing the stupid nonsense of, people were overreacting.
We weren't overreacting.
Media-driven.
Okay.
That's nonsense.
Okay, wait. Connor,
Listen now.
Yeah.
You guys were overreacting then, and you're overreacting now.
How are we overreacting then?
Listen, what did I tell you through the start of the whole season about patience, about letting them get 4 weeks in, about, it's going to be the Giants game? I had this set the whole way, and you guys refused to listen to me, and you came in pissed off about this win and pissed off about this win. And
I came pissed
and
off
guess
and
what?
wins.
What was I doing the whole way? I understand your issues with the head coach. I did not want him back. I think he has major deficiencies. But we were overreacting to the start of a team that was very talented and had time to figure it out.
So were his own players overreacting when they had to go in and say, this is the way we're doing things and it's not the right way to do them?
Such an overreaction by Lane Johnson.
Were they wrong? Lane Johnson?
Okay.
Jordan Mailata?
I'll answer. They were not overreacting. They're the players in the room. They're there to figure it out with the head coach. But having those players is why we were overreacting. Having players that you should trust to figure this out, coaches that you should trust to figure it out. We had faith in Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio from the start. And that was part of the reason why I was okay with patience with this team. And now this guy has gone on an 8-game win streak, sits at 10-2, and we have no worries besides the slow offensive starts. And all of a sudden, because he says that people were overreacting when he's ripped off 8 straight wins as the head coach of this football team, we're now going to go back at him like he doesn't have a leg to stand on?
Yes, because of the fact that he got nothing but praise. Connor, it's a job where you're evaluated every single day.
All right.
It's a job where you're evaluated. If you have a crappy game as a coach, you are evaluated for the crappy game. And if anyone is going to come in and say, yes, Sirianni was really off to a good start this year, or that the Cleveland game was good, or that the Jacksonville game is good, you're full of crap. They were terribly coached games, and every single media outlet in the country covered it, not just us. And his fan base covered it by telling you immediate reactions,
exactly.
how terrible his job was. When you get praised when you do well, which he's gotten nothing but praise when he's done well, and he gets critiqued when he's very poor. That is called fairness.
Right. Well,
that's fairness and objectivity.
You could say he didn't have his eye on the ball. You could say he didn't have a handle on this thing. You could say it took the players. But bottom line is he went from 2-2 to 10-2. And he led this football team to that. So if he's going to say we had it the whole time, the record of the football team backs that up. And that's what I'm going to go by.
They didn't have it the whole time. His own players had to go in. First of all, his own players had to go in and talk to him about it to change direction. And then more importantly, his bosses had to say, hey, Nick, no more of this crap.
Okay.
Settle yourself down. Let's calm down here. You're acting like it's a clown show.
Let's break this.
So that doesn't hold at all.
Let's break this into the football team. If they start slow in the first quarter and don't score at this point in the season, you know what we're all doing sitting there watching the game? That's kind of annoying, but they've got this. They're going to win. That's what the start of the season was.
Yeah, dude, nobody was saying in week 6 they got this.
Listen, guess what? I'm sitting right here.
Yeah, okay, you said that they were going to finally have a big win against the Giants, but did you think that they go on an 8-game winning streak?
No, but I thought the team was fine, and I said it the whole time. You guys refused to listen to me.
Connor, you also say every Philly season. And all
don't
the
bring
stuff,
up the Phillies.
No, you got
BS.
it. You have
Don't
to.
you dare do
yes,
that.
you
All right,
do.
settle down.
Because you say it every single Philly season.
I only woke up an hour ago.
That's your problem.
This is your mentality.
I need you guys to pipe down a little bit.
No.
My God. All right, coming up next, we will continue this conversation. Did we overreact the first month and a half of a season? And hey, why do people leave with negative? Now, this conversation is going to be a little bit different because it's not just being angry.
It's weird that it's today.
It is weird that
we
it's
teased
today.
it yesterday.
It's unbelievable. Also, you hear from Kellen Moore about the slow starts on offense, and Johnny Journalist has some information. It is Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Now I know how the show's going to go, John. I'm already fully anticipating the backlash that we will receive for being harsh on Nick Sirianni for lying to the public the other day in the Albert Breer article when he talked about people, specifically the media, were overreacting to the first month and a half of the season.
So it was the media.
Well, that's what he says in the article. Because he's not going to say the fans.
Right.
Even though he did run up to fans after the Browns win and yelled at them.
I was in the building for both of the games, the Jacksonville game. I've been in the building for every home game.
Yes.
He was getting booed.
Yeah.
He was getting fire Nick chants.
Yeah.
He was getting so the media. Here's what I'm just going to suggest. None of our listeners require us or Mike's listeners or Tyrone's and the crew in the afternoon, none of our listeners require us to come up with their football opinions.
Correct.
And I've always insisted this to people. It's like, well, you guys have so much influence. BS. The guy who wakes up in the morning that turns on Kincade Salciunas, they have their own mind. They have their own opinion. Sometimes they agree with us, sometimes they don't. But they absolutely are not, I'm going to wait and hear what Andrew and John say, and then that's going to be my opinion.
Right.
We have too smart a listener base.
Yes.
They don't require us to tell them what they think. Nick Sirianni was getting booed off the field on his home field. He was getting calls, fire Nick chants. And somehow that's the media?
Now, let's make this clear for a second. You and I were talking about this during the commercial break. Did any of us say at any point this season, fire Nick Sirianni?
No.
No.
I mean,
we did not.
When did we say it?
it was brought up that they, would we like them to have a different head coach? Sure, but they're not going to do it.
I've always
Right, but they weren't going to do it. Nobody.
But they weren't going to do it. There's we were not doing these.
Nobody
they
said,
should fire
fire
him
him now, save the season. No. That conversation never happened. It said we talked about can they win in spite of the head coach.
No, we had people that said it on our text line and everything said to do it. Now, was I more likely to lean over towards where you guys were in the offseason of it was a mistake to bring him back? I was a big advocate saying you got to bring him back.
Yes, you were.
Made the playoffs 3 years in a row, but I wasn't doing it with my chest. I wasn't doing it saying I 100% believe he's the guy.
Right.
You know who was? Our buddy Bill Colarulo, who comes up on the Mike Missanelli.
Yeah, he was.
He was absolutely. I was in a different camp. I was in the, you can't do that. You can't fire a guy who's been to the playoffs 3 years in a row. Let him have a chance to fix it. But was I confident? No. And I was honest with you about that.
Yeah, and I did not want him to come back, but I was not saying at any point during the season to fire the guy.
No.
Unless they were, if they were 2-9.
Now that'd be different.
But when they're 2-2, an overreaction would be to say fire Nick Sirianni or do this or do that or this team stinks, which we never.
Right.
None of that stuff was ever said. So Nick, please, respectfully, enough with the whole people overreacted. Nobody overreacted to your slow start. Unless you want to also call out your players.
And call out
your
the
boss
fan base.
and your fan base.
And your boss.
Yeah.
Whoa. Hang on, though. Because saying no one talked about him getting fired is factually
Okay, there were
inaccurate.
fans that were
Well,
saying,
no, there was a few,
national media.
There were a few hot take media locally that did it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So, listen,
But
Fine,
that's-
then this show did not
Nick
do that.
Sirianni is not saying Kincade and Salciunas overreacted. He's saying the media.
I
You
felt,
have to look
I
at
felt
everybody.
personally
But
attacked,
here,
Connor.
No, here's what you do, though, Connor. You cannot say everybody, because he's saying when he says the media, he then says that foot blanket falls on everyone. You have to say, if he's got a problem with one member of the media calling him saying he should be fired.
He's not going to do that, John.
Well, you
Joel
can't
Embiid
say-
had- Joel
you
Embiid
can't
had no
say
problem
all
doing
the
that.
media.
Well, Joel Embiid wasn't talking about firing. If we're going to just dance around this, he said the media. And if we're going to be too sensitive for him to say that and not realize that we didn't say it and it doesn't apply to us three individuals in this room, then that's our problem.
No, because he's portraying a group of people. You don't portray an entire group of people by the actions of a minuscule few.
So-
I'm going, look. Jeff McClain, did he ever do it?
No.
No. Did we do it? No. Did Mike Missanelli do it? No. Did Tyrone Johnson do it? No. Did Mike Sealski do it? No. So I mean, the vast majority of media that have a prominent voice in this town did not do that.
Okay, but
so he shouldn't portray it that way.
He's not
Connor.
going to list out every individual name of people that said stuff
I
about
just don't. Honestly, bottom line is, it's the question today. No matter how this will end up, just however we have this discussion, the question today is: did we overreact to the early part of the season when the Eagles were 2-2, went into the bye, and then had the rough win against the Browns following the bye week? So that's week 6. So the first 6 weeks of the NFL season. That's 1/3
was really rough
of an NFL season. Did we overreact to that slow, rough start in the first third? And let's face it, quick season. Like we also have to not do revisionist history here. It has been spectacular during this 8-game winning streak.
How have we talked about that and covered that?
Glowingly.
I thought so. So in other words, what we do is when things are great,
We praise.
we applaud, we praise, we're objective. When things are crappy, we call it out. Interesting. Objectivity. And by the way, yes, I overreacted, just as Lane Johnson, Jordan Mailata, and the others did too, when they had to go and say, we're not going on the right path, fix this. And to his credit, in which we've done over and over again.
To his credit, he listened.
We have credited him for listening.
All right, 610-632-0975, the number you can text and you can call. No revisionist history today, people. That's one of your tasks. Kellen Moore, speaking of making too much of, so Kellen Moore spoke to the media yesterday, and he was asked about these slow starts. Take a listen.
We certainly feel like we build as we go, and certainly we've had a lot of success as the game has progressed. I think our guys do an excellent job of hanging in there. I think the cool thing is in these first quarters, as frustrating as it can be, I think our guys handle the adversity really well, and ultimately we don't want to face that adversity every single week. But our guys, I think, one big strength of our guys has been the finish aspect of this thing, that they're doing an excellent job, in those second halves.
We have faced that adversity every single week, and 31 teams are better in the first quarter than the Eagles' offense. That's inexcusable.
Yeah, at some point
that's inexcusable. We're now to a point where they've played 12 games. It's absolutely inexcusable that you are 32nd out of 32 teams in your first quarter. The adversity he speaks of, it's self-created.
Yeah.
It's self-created. We have some insight on that later on.
Well, I would like to hear from it now.
Okay. I spoke to a prominent NFL broadcaster yesterday who is a huge fan of Nick Sirianni. I will just say that. Huge fan. Has met with Nick Sirianni, has done games that Nick Sirianni has done. He saw me go at Louis Riddick yesterday, and so he wanted.
Okay.
So he gave me a little. He gave me a little note. He is a huge fan of Sirianni. He says he would have loved to have played for a guy like Nick Sirianni. So that's the premise to this.
Yeah, he's not like a hater.
No. He's an advocate for him.
Okay.
But he says about the scripted plays and about the slow starts. His explanation to me was this, is that he knows that Nick Sirianni is a major part of the script. And that after the script, Kellen Moore operates almost without impunity. Take it for what it's worth. That when Kellen Moore's calling the plays without impunity, when he's just making the decisions, that's when the offense takes off. But how it was explained to me was every NFL head coach that is especially an offensive-minded head coach,
right?
Every single one of them is involved in the script or heavy-handed in the script.
Yeah, as they should be.
And so he said, it's not a story. He's like, it's not a story. The only story being is that they're not very good on the script.
Yeah, look.
And so
I think we've learned that Nick Sirianni's not some offensive genius.
Correct. And I think that's fair, but this guy he's very complimentary of Nick Sirianni, and he is a big believer in Nick Sirianni. He thinks that he will win big, and he says it's just Nick's not when Nick has his hand in the pie as far as calling plays, it's not as good.
Yeah, I think we've learned that. I mean, look,
it's not as good.
And it's good kind of getting that sort of confirmation. I mean, look, that doesn't mean he's a bad head coach.
No,
right?
no, this guy
let's make that clear before somebody goes, "Oh my God, it's just nonstop with you guys today."
This guy's like, I would love to have played for Nick Sirianni.
Right.
So
he's just not an offensive
total fan. Correct.
Guru. The offense from Mount Union has not really
well that
led to success.
That one high school state championship game though, that game plan, he's saving that.
That was a great
he's
one.
saving that
save
for
that
the Lions game. Yes.
I mean, this goes back to thank God they have Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio here. And this goes back to why you had a collapse last year. And then the collapse leading to the slow start this year is why we had the reactions that we had, and I think they were totally fair. Overreactions would have been calling for his job, which we did not do that on this show. But, when you hear something like that, it took Nick Sirianni having to kind of get out of the way.
It did. But this guy, again, he said, I'd love to play for Nick Sirianni. He's like, he did listen. He took into account what his players were telling him to do, but it's clear where he's involved in the offensive game plan, that's the least effective part of the week. So maybe let Kellen Moore just make the
Just let him do it all.
Maybe.
That'd be great.
But he says there isn't a head coach that's an offensive-minded head coach
that
isn't heavily involved. So he goes, That's probably never going to
Yeah, the
happen.
whole broom closet stuff that we talk, that's more entertainment.
Correct.
Like, he's going to be involved,
Absolutely.
except for the defense. Speaking of the defense,
Exactly.
Vic Fangio spoke to the media yesterday as well, and he said something awesome that you're going to love to hear because this guy just totally gets Philly. I mean, he is from here, so he
gets it.
does know a thing or two. Also, we hear from you. I know John and I are going to be the bad guys today. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Bill Colarulo. He is a very good coach. He's an extremely...
Salciunas 97.5, The Fanatic. Did we overreact to the first third of the NFL season? Because Nick Sirianni did an interview with Albert Breer, Monday Morning Quarterback, and he said that was all media-driven and people were overreacting to the 2-2 start. Your players had to go in your office, dude, to tell you to change the offense. So we'll continue that conversation with you. But real quick, before we get to our calls and our text messages, same number, 610-632-0975. I want to play you something from Vic Fangio yesterday. Look, the practice habits have been something that I've applauded Nick Sirianni for.
We've applauded him for a lot recently.
You hear about how midweek they're still practicing with pads on. It's not, the Lehigh days, and it's to a certain extent because you don't want to
2 days at Lehigh.
But you don't want to overwork these guys. But last year the practices were like 25 minutes long. I remember the media members basically complaining driving to NovaCare, and it was like we were here for like an hour. Okay, I guess we're going back home. Whereas this year they're actually practicing during the week, and I have applauded that because, as the old saying goes, practice makes perfect. Here was Vic Fangio being asked about the practice habits yesterday.
The more you practice, the more you play, you get better, in spite of what Allen Iverson ever said. Okay? So, and some guys, personnel guys around the league, they think, hey, this guy can do it. Just throw him in, and they expect him the finished product. You never have the finished product with a young player until they get enough practice time and playing time.
I love that.
I
love that he brings up Iverson. It's great.
Well, it always is one of the things that old school coaches would have hated, that take from Allen Iverson. And they're right, by the way.
Right.
You got to practice well. That's amazing. He understands this job so well.
Yeah, he does.
He understands his audience really, really well. And I promise you this, 100%. Vic Fangio doesn't believe that people were overreacting to the bad start.
No. Well, his defense was fine.
Correct. But he doesn't. He's an old school guy. He'd be like, buck up. This is what you get. It's a big boys game. You play like crap, you get criticized.
Right.
You play great. That's exactly why Nick Sirianni didn't want the players to listen to us when they're on this winning streak.
Yeah, which, look,
because it can be the rat poison.
Yes.
All
right, let's go to the phones and the text messages. Let's go to our man Ike in Southwest Philly. What's up, Ike?
Yeah, hello.
Hey, Ike, how you doing, buddy?
All right, so I have two things about this. One, kind of 1,000% right. People overreacted. Not everybody. People overreacted. What did you, common sense would say, they might have some struggles at the beginning of the year when you got new offense coordinators, you got two new offensive linemen, or one in a new place and a whole new offensive lineman. You got a whole new system. So it common sense would say at the beginning of the season they might struggle, and they struggled and stayed at 500. So I didn't understand at the time why everybody was thinking. And here's the thing. Y'all being very...
Why everybody was thinking what? Can you explain that to us? Why everybody was thinking what?
Everybody was not... When I'm saying everybody, I'm not being literal. But there was a lot of the sky is falling.
Oh, there was.
Of course there was.
There was, absolutely.
Locally, but here's the thing, locally and nationally. So here's the thing. I think y'all being real sensitive about him. John, you always talk about these rabbit ears, why people hear and everything. If it don't apply to you, why are you worried about it?
Because then say, no, you can say.
You got to say specifically.
No, guess what? There are coaches who have been through this town that have absolutely called out specifically people. I mean, there's a laundry list of coaches that have done it, that have said, this guy was
he might not even be talking about only local people, because ESPN and them every week, Damian Woody went on there.
Yeah, he literally called him.
He
He called him
no,
a clown.
he did.
Yeah.
He absolutely did.
So why do you think, if it didn't apply to you, the people who listen to you know what you say and know what you say, Andrew? So why is it that you got to?
Yeah, but Ike, here's the thing. When he's saying the media, he's got to also understand that he's saying the fans too, and he is.
He's taking it to the fans. Come on,
dude.
now.
He literally yelled at fans after the Browns
got into fights
game.
with them.
So what? He right about some of the fans too.
No, he wasn't right on those days, Ike.
Let me tell you, y'all kiss the fans behind every time.
Ike, he wasn't right on those days. Ike, he was not right.
Always right. And here you go. Y'all talk about the Jags game because y'all kill him about that. And yeah, he made some dumb decisions on that. But that nobody ever talks about the Saquon fake fumble. That's what started the whole rally for the Jags that game. That's the thing that got them back.
Yeah, that's what
his-
started. But
he
there
had
were
six
six
decisions.
decisions.
Come
Ike.
on,
And
Ike.
Thanks for the call.
I mean,
man.
look, and Ike's not incorrect. There's absolutely sensitivity. I absolutely have sensitivity when people group everyone by
Yes.
using blanket terms. So absolutely that is if you want to say, a trigger for me. So you are absolutely correct on that. He was being, the fans in the building who weren't listening to any radio show, who weren't listening to a TV broadcast, there were fire Nick chants in the stadium.
Yeah, at that
so
time.
Stop with it's the media. No, it's not. It was the fan base.
Well, part of it, I think, too, is you expect that from fans more than you expect that from media. Like, fans are supposed to have crazy reactions. Media are supposed to report news.
Yeah, like Damian.
think it was crazy reaction?
Well, let's ask you. Was Damian Woody a little too far calling him a clown on national TV?
I don't believe that you should do that.
Yeah.
And we don't get into that. So I think that absolutely is too much because
That's a little personal.
that's too personal.
Yeah.
Like I don't understand why he needed to do that. But again,
So maybe Ike's right. Maybe he's talking about one specific guy. Maybe
And
he's
you know
talking
what?
about Damian Woody. Who knows?
and you know what? There is a laundry list of coaches who have been through this town who have specifically called it, hey, yeah, I woke up the other day and I was the biggest idiot in the world because of this, this, and this. It's all right to just go, you know what? I wasn't at my best, and I'm really proud of the way things are going now, and let's hope it continues.
Yeah, sometimes
It's okay to eat it. It's okay to eat your bad performance and say, yeah, I deserved a lot of heat. I deserved a lot of it. And I brought a lot of it on my house.
Bit of a victory tour right now.
It is. It's a victory.
Has he not earned it?
No, and that's why we've given it to him.
Yeah, we've praised him.
Not to go back and say when you were crappy that you weren't crappy.
Yeah.
You don't know. You don't deserve that. You deserve to say all the praise when you're doing great.
The past 8 weeks would say maybe they weren't as crappy as we thought they were.
That is not what happened those games. We don't talk about, let's wait. And you know what? Let's come in on Monday. We'll talk about the Carolina game in context 3 weeks later.
Yeah.
No, we talk about the Carolina game. That's what we do.
Exactly.
It's
of course, it's all
immediacy.
about the bigger picture, and the bigger picture is getting back to an NFC Championship game, which, to his credit,
Absolutely.
they are heading toward that direction. We expect it at this point. All right, coming up next, we reset the show to start the 7 o'clock hour. And speaking of Nick Sirianni, we'll further our conversation about him. John, you brought up contracts for players. What about coaches? It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Sixers win their second straight. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by Penny.com. It's open enrollment. Don't get health insurance from your job. We'll get the lowest costs on high-quality health covered now through Penny. PA's health insurance marketplace. Enroll by December 15th at Penny.com. The Sixers have found their way to a second straight victory for the first time this season. They took down the Charlotte Hornets 110-104. There was a little bit of a late push by Charlotte after the Sixers built a big lead. But ultimately, we'll take wins how we can get them right now with that team. Paul George had 29 points, including 6 3-pointers last night to lead the Sixers in scoring. And they'll be back on the court tonight at 7:30 p.m. against the Orlando Magic at the Wells Fargo Center. You can hear that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Flyers are still off. They'll be back on the ice tomorrow night. The Eagles at 10-2, well, they're looking forward to their game against the Carolina Panthers this weekend, Sunday, 1 p.m., as they look to make it 9 straight wins. But one blemish on the winning streak has been slow starts offensively. And offensive coordinator Kellen Moore met with media yesterday and was asked about it. Here was his response.
We build as we go, and certainly we've had a lot of success as the game has progressed. The cool thing is in these first quarters, as frustrating as it can be, I think our guys handle the adversity really well, and ultimately we don't want to face that adversity every single week.
I think the fan base agrees that we don't want to face that adversity every week, so we'll see if they can remedy that as the season continues. Adam Schefter of ESPN joins us coming up at 8 a.m. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. On this Wednesday morning, a Schefty Wednesday morning. Adam Schefter will be joining us coming up at 8 o'clock today. Don't forget, you have to ask a question for Schefter.
Well,
about Joel Embiid.
Oh, I do. Now we have to remind me so we agree on the wording of how I'm going to ask it. Nobody, please tip him off beforehand.
No, of course not. I don't think people are. I don't think he's.
I've already sent him talking points.
I don't think he's
Plus,
reading mentions.
+2. I don't know if you saw the other day when he was on his appearance with Pat McAfee. They were luring him into. He would not say exciting whites.
He then said it in the weirdest way
like,
possible.
Like they literally just wanted to have some fun with it.
Exciting whites.
By the way,
did you hear it?
They used exciting whites on the Fox pregame show. They've used exciting whites on ESPN. It's not anything that anybody should be clutching their pearls about or being offended about. For God's sakes, lighten up, Francis.
But did you hear the way he said it?
Yeah, he said it weird.
He got really.
Whites. Why did you say it like that, Jeffy? Like,
maybe so his voice couldn't get Cliff saying it or something. I don't know.
Honestly, I think that's what it was.
I think that's what's going on.
He probably
too.
thinks about that stuff all the time.
Yes,
especially in the world of
in
the world of aggregators. Quick story. I tried booking a guest before, and the guy literally said, "I can't come on around trade deadline time because the aggregators will misconstrue everything I say." And I was like, "That's a shame." Like he only does his ESPN responsibilities. I won't say who. But he only does his ESPN responsibilities now during like certain times because he said if I do a local media hit, these aggregators are taking everything I say incorrectly, and then it makes me look bad. And then I get texts from agents or GMs.
Sure.
And I'm like, damn. All right. Yeah, that sucks. Thanks a lot, Dove Kleiman.
Tom Brady. Dove Kleiman, Tom Brady.
All right. So here's what we're talking about today. Our question today, and Connor, I have some text messages ready at 610-632-0975. Our question today is whether or not, looking back at it, did we overreact to the first third of the NFL season for the Philadelphia Eagles? I say third because it was the 2-2 start, the bye week, and then, of course, the win against the Browns. So that's 6 weeks into the season of the 18-week season. And after the Browns game, if you guys remember, I don't think I have to go down too far down memory lane. That was the game where Nick Sirianni yelled at the fans on the sideline, had the crazy press conference where he just did not seem okay.
No, he seemed lost.
Like honestly, like you were talking about mental breakdowns, and like
I mean, he was not himself.
He was not himself.
And it was weird.
And, you know, it's fun to say shaved head Nick ever since he shaved the head. Look, they have not lost a game. Like all that kind of stuff. It's fun to have that conversation now, but at the time, it was like, all right, what's going on with this guy? And that press conference was so weird. And again, he barked at fans. So in the article from Albert Breer of SportsIllustrated.com, Monday Morning Quarterback, he talks about how the media overreacted. Let's not act like there weren't fans that were also
the whole city
reacting. You mentioned the boos that were raining down upon him.
If that's overreaction, the entire building was telling it. His offensive line then overreacted. It's ridiculous. His own players overreacted.
Yeah.
If that's what we're going to use as the standard.
Right, because the players had to go to into his locker.
They had to say
office.
change it.
Now, there's some things we also have to be careful with here. So,
like what?
We get a tweet from William just now.
Okay.
He said, you guys totally overreacted. Just like how all offseason your show ran with the made-up narrative that Jalen and Nick had some big, huge beef that couldn't be resolved.
Come on, man.
Making up drama like a recently dumped ex-girlfriend.
Ridiculous.
Like, what do you mean? That was not made up. Like, that was reported on.
They both addressed it.
They had to address it.
What are you talking about?
Like, see, like, I get it.
Now, wait a minute. And by the way, neither one of us or Connor or anyone that I know of ever said it can't be fixed.
No, we said it could be fixed. Like, men.
We said get like grown men and get in a room. I told the story of where I saw a quarterback and his offensive coordinator, Shanahan and Matt Ryan.
Yeah.
Where the owner of the team sat in an interview with me and said, I told them they both had to start conducting themselves like grown men.
Yeah.
I told that story over and over again.
And that may or may not have happened.
Well, no, they absolutely were brought together. Fix it. And by the way, we also credited it that they did.
Yes. And we've been saying how Nick Sirianni sounds like he's talking about his own child when it comes to Jalen Hurts now. Jalen Hurts is now speaking respectfully of Nick Sirianni.
So praiseworthy.
So William, I appreciate you listening, but don't all of a sudden start rewriting history. Like that
that's unfair.
That was a legitimate thing that happened. And even after going into the bye week, Hurts said something weird. Remember,
He did.
We have our moments.
We have our moments.
Like
He purposely was being passive aggressive.
Yeah, that went into the season.
And they needed to stop.
So I get it. There are people that are Eagles fans that the team can do no wrong, right? Until the season ends, the team can do no wrong, and I get it. That's part of being a fan. I love that for people. But let's not rewrite history or say that things were false. All right, what do we have on the text line there, Connor? You can text the show at 610-632-0975. Regardless of your feelings of Nick Sirianni, okay, let's put that aside. Try to, at least. Did we overreact to the Eagles' slow start this season, or were the reactions fair? And the fair ones, not calling for the coach to be fired. The ones that were saying, hey, they need to turn this around. Hey, they can't play this way. Hey, the offense should look like this instead. Hey, this needs to change. Like, were we being fair, or should we just have sat there with our ass on our hands waiting for them to change on their own and not say anything and just zipped our mouths shut? What do we got on the text line?
I'm going to throw you guys a bone because we've gotten one text this morning so far that's slightly on your guys' side. Trevor from Percy says, after last year's collapse and the way the games looked at that time, it was not an overreaction. In hindsight, maybe Nick was right that we needed to calm down, but in the moment, it was a logical and normal reaction by media and fans.
Well, I like that. And I will say it's interesting. A lot of people reacting to the tweet that was posted of the video, because maybe people actually took the time to listen to it.
Which would be good.
Agree with us that it was not an overreaction.
But they're like Toot the Barber giving me saying, you absolutely did. I said, no, we didn't. We absolutely did. We did exactly. He's awesome. We absolutely did what his own players did. We absolutely did. Making it out like I love the fact that there's a stadium calling for the absolutely fire Nick chants during the Browns game, during the Jags game. People trying to get that going in the stadium, and it's somehow becomes the media.
Yeah.
No, I'm sitting behind glass watching it all happen, and believe me, I don't know any media member who was advocating for that. I really don't. It may have been brought up on some talk show or something that I did not, but as far as firing, I do tell you this, is that in the beginning of the season, I did say to both of you, you guys might have been right on this, and I might have been wrong, where you guys didn't want him back, and I was saying I was a very big advocate for having him back, and I felt sort of dumb.
Look,
I felt sort of dumb at the beginning of the year.
John, but on the other side, again, you guys are overreactors. I don't remember who the caller was, but we had a caller earlier this year saying, hey, if the Eagles win the Super Bowl, would you fire Nick? Because clearly it was
You don't want Kellen to go. Yes.
And I was like, no, you can't do that.
No.
Like, you can't do that. And, that's us saying it. The people that were too critical. Now, here's a tweet that I want to read.
Okay, good.
That agrees with us, that it was not an overreaction. He said they had the same look and feel as last season's collapse.
They did.
They heard our voices and frustration. Did they change? It appears so. Would their record be worse than 10-2 if we didn't voice our frustration? Maybe. So far, they did everything they needed to win. Go Birds. That's a very logical response.
Connor, I want to hear more of the people who detract, who disagree, because I'd love to know where they're coming from.
All right, so let's go through a couple of them. We've got a check-in here with Sean, who says Nick gets ripped and picked apart for weeks, and he wins 8 straight and gets a little cocky after that, and we still complain. Enough already with the head coach.
When was he? Okay, no, I'm just going to go back because that is a completely false narrative. Completely false. I'm trying to go backwards with the games. Did he get ripped after last week's game?
No.
Did he get ripped after the Rams game? Did he get ripped after the? I'm trying to think what was before the Rams
Commanders,
game.
No.
Commanders game.
No, we celebrate him and how Dan Quinn was actually the bad in-game coach.
The narrative that texter points out is completely false. He's been praised universally, it seems, since the Jags game.
Right, he may be talking about those first 6 weeks of the season.
Oh, well, no. If he says
8 straight.
If he says that, he's absolutely right. He was getting dragged.
Yeah.
No question.
And
so he's not wrong.
so.
But while it proves the point that nobody's out to get you, Nick. When you're great, when you do
win
your
football
job,
games, and I love
everybody
you.
comes in and praises you or doesn't rip you for anything. I mean, it's really strange. What's Connor? You got another one? You got another good one?
So we have Bruce checking in saying, Connor, love your opinion of the Birds about Coach Nick. It's correct.
Did you ad-lib that part?
No, I swear to God. I'll send you the text.
I'm kidding. I'm joking.
He says, set those other two straight. Complaining about a 10-2 coach right now is just ridiculous.
But we're not complaining about a 10-2 coach. We're complaining about the term overreacting. And that's our topic today. All right? Again, I'm trying to make this Nick Sirianni aside. Let's just forget who said it. Let's say it was Billy from North Philly called in and said, you guys overreacted to the 2-2 start. All right? Did we overreact to the 2-2 start? 610-632-0975. I believe that we did not, especially for all the things that we have pointed out. The fact that it took a meeting, and not a scheduled meeting, a meeting where Lane Johnson and Jordan Mailata and Landon Dickerson, by the way, these guys should be heroes in the city.
Yeah, they were absolutely the ones, players going in and saying, change direction. Change direction.
I mean, they should be looked at as heroes instead of whether or not the media overreacted. It's, hey, let's portray these three guys as heroes for going into Nick Sirianni's office and being like, look at this offensive line that you have and look at this running back that we have. Let's utilize it. And to Nick Sirianni's credit, as I keep on saying, he listened. I lived through the Chip Kelly era where he wouldn't listen to anybody. Doc Rivers would not listen to anybody.
That's a scheduled loss.
Joe Girardi would not listen to anybody. He would sit Reese Hoskins in game 2 of the regular season for Johan Camargo because the splits told him to do that. Like, there's stupidity that I see from head coaches all the time. Now, Nick Sirianni portrayed that stupidity early on in the season, but to his credit, he is somebody that is willing to adapt, and he's done that in every year of his career as the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, except for last season. And last season is part of the reason why you go into this year
with the skunk eye.
Yeah. Like, I refuse to go clean slate coming into 2024.
He didn't deserve a clean slate. You guys wanted him gone. And by the way, I understood why you did.
Yeah. Right.
But he didn't deserve a clean slate. He didn't deserve the benefit of the doubt. And by the way, he still has to remedy the benefit of the doubt, even at what's going on now, because this season has been a mixed bag. If it was a report card, he would have gotten if we broke it into quarters. Like right now, there's 3 quarters of the report card. We used to, maybe you guys did semesters. We used to do quarters as a kid. His first quarter report card would have been an F. Would have been terrible. His second,
I go C-.
Yeah, you can't go F on a 500 record.
Okay,
Yeah, you can't go
okay, you go C-.
Yeah.
When do you go the second? That includes the Jags and the Browns game.
Probably close to another. Well, the Bengals game was really good.
The Bengals game was great. So
I'd
that
say
bounced
I'd
C+?
B-.
B-? Okay.
I'm a liberal grader.
So he's got a C.
I needed that help when I was in college.
I'm going to remember that for my kids in class. A C- and a B-, and then for the last 4,
I go A+,
I go
baby.
A. He gets an A. Solid A. So
What does he need to do to get that A+?
No, I don't get. Well, ask Silvana. She got a 99.
Quicker starts.
Quicker start.
Quicker starts,
You
yeah,
can't
an
get,
A+.
It can't be
Okay.
A+. When you were 32 out of 32 teams
I can
on
live
first
with that.
Yeah,
on
fine.
first quarter scoring,
Look, A's
A
are
is
great.
fine. A is fine. So to me, you got an A, you got a B, you got a C-, you got a B-, and you got an A. Right now, he's trending around a B.
Okay.
He's trending around a B. And by the way, I think that's exactly the grade he would deserve right now. Now that can continue to trend up,
It could
and
continue.
he could
to
do
trend
better.
up.
You can make up for it.
All right. Now, speaking of Nick Sirianni,
No, we never talk about him.
no, we're going to be talking about him
Come
a
on,
lot
Nick.
today. Now, this is where I find this interesting, right? Because audiences are different. If you're listening right now, you might not be listening at some point to the Mike Missanelli show, or you might not be listening at some point to the best show ever because you're either at your office or your day's different. Maybe
Right.
maybe you're a third shifter and you're coming home listening to us right now before you go to bed.
Okay.
So audiences are different. So yesterday I'm driving home, listening to the Mike Missanelli show, and they got into the conversation about the Nick Sirianni contract extension because Jeff McClain wrote an article following the game against the Ravens and how he may also deserve a contract extension. And so Mike and Bill were asking the audience if they're ready to do it. Now, you know Bill. Bill's not hiding his love for his cousin.
Yeah, but I'm
Nick
going to tell
Sirianni.
you. But to that, just to balance it too, I think Bill, he has a chance to really be look incredibly right about Nick Sirianni.
Yes,
in the
that
long
is
run.
absolutely correct. But there were a lot of people that called in and said they would not give Nick Sirianni a contract extension today. Now, what has he got left? 2 years left?
He's done
got
after
1 year
last
left.
year.
1 year left
after next year.
After next year.
He's
Not after last
he
year.
would be he'd be a lame duck if he went into this into next season, which by the way doesn't work in
Now-
the NFL. Mike McCarthy.
Now, it's funny. I'm closing my eyes, and I'm picturing the studio that Connor Thomas is in, right? And I'm looking across to my man Ant, and we were doing a show
Okay.
years ago. Would you sign Doug Peterson to a 10-year contract extension today? And everybody said yes. Now, this was not after they won the Super Bowl. They won the Super Bowl, then they had the
next year they lost to New Orleans.
Yeah.
That was the game with
The Alshon draft.
Yeah,
and then
Alshon
going into that offseason, he had 2 years left on his deal. And so it's kind of like the timeline right now. The Eagles were in the Super Bowl 2 years ago. They had a down year last year, but they're trending back up this year.
So overwhelmingly, people wanted to give him the.
They were, oh my God, we did polls and
Wait a
all
minute.
kinds of stuff.
After the New Orleans game.
Yeah, people were ready to give Doug Peterson a 10-year contract extension.
How about this? I wouldn't give any coach more than 5.
All right.
I wouldn't give any coach more than 5.
But so basically, extension, whether it's 5, 10, whatever the terminology is, are we at that point with Nick Sirianni where you're going to give him a contract extension? Because like you said, it's never good going into a final year, whether it's a
No, it's
player
not.
or it's a coach. And you mentioned Dallas. Look at the fiasco that's going on down there.
I think people tend to take it as like substitute teacher syndrome. They're not gonna listen in the same way if a guy's on the last year of his contract
Right.
and they don't dig him, especially if they don't dig him, then they're really not going to listen. They'll turn him out.
So let's ask our audience today at 610-632-0975. Would you give Nick Sirianni a contract extension? And when, right? Like, I am a gotta see how this plays out guy.
So am I.
Full disclosure.
Absolutely.
Like, if it's great, they're on this incredible winning streak, and I would love to reward him with something. Here's how I'm rewarding Nick Sirianni. I'm praising him on the air and not ripping him on the air, even though he made me rip him today by saying that we overreacted to a bad start for the team. But if this team goes to the NFC Championship game, and we've said this a lot, even if they lose, you got to the NFC Championship game. That is something that you deserve flowers for.
How about this? I would say they get to the NFC Championship game, he immediately is getting one. So immediately gets a 1 year added on to his one he has coming. If they win the NFC Championship game and go to the Super Bowl, I'm giving him 2. So then he'd have 3 years guaranteed. He wins the Super Bowl, I'm giving him 3.
You don't give him 4.
Which will be 4. No, I'll give him 3.
Oh, you win the Super Bowl, you got to get a little bit more.
I'm giving him I'm giving him 3 in addition to the 4 he's got.
Okay.
To the one he's already got. That's what I'm doing. 1, 2, 3. It's in the fight song. It's in the contract negotiation.
That's fair.
I think it's fair. I think it's that would be a great one.
So I'm curious to see where people are at with that, because a lot of people are defending Nick Sirianni today. I can just tell by the text messages and by some of our reaction on Twitter and some of our calls that we've already taken the show that a lot of people are defending Nick. So,
and by the way, the text responses, I mean the tweet responses,
yeah,
it's heavily that no,
in the opposite
people
side,
did,
right?
People did overreact,
but for the
Didn't
people
overreact.
that are defending Nick today, are you also willing to say, well, then I'm going to give him a contract extension? Because that's the thing. Like, if you feel so confident in defending Sirianni, then you should feel confident in him being the head coach moving forward for many years moving forward. I'm not talking about this year and next year. I'm talking about, 2027, 2028, 2029. He's the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles.
It's funny. It's a really interesting question. I didn't know where you were going with that. It would be completely. If you're somebody who doubted him, you don't want the leash to be long, right?
Right.
That's a really interesting way you took that.
Got you all.
But,
and let's talk about it.
right. So you guys could never advocate for him.
Oh, look,
Anybody who wanted him fired last offseason, I'm not saying you were wrong.
If he, I will reward Nick Sirianni.
But you
People
don't
should be
want-
rewarded, but I'm not
Right.
I'm not saying today on December 4th, give him a,
Sure,
where's
sure.
that 5-year deal? Where's that contract that we have drawn up? I'm curious, where are people at with that?
That's good, Andrew.
610-632-0975. Listen, man, you get an extra hour of sleep. Anything
Make you
can happen.
think.
Speaking Coming up next, is Sirriani getting credit? We have to discuss that now. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
More talk, slow starts. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by Bare Knuckle Fighting Championships. Coming January 25th, the biggest fighting event ever to hit Philadelphia, Knuckle Mania 5 from Bare Knuckle Fighting Championships, Saturday, January 25th at Wells Fargo Center. Kellen Moore met with media yesterday, and, well, he discussed an interesting topic because as the Eagles sit with a 10-2 record, they also have had a lot of slow starts offensively. We know the first quarter scoring has been a major issue for this team, and yet hasn't affected the record. So, when you look at those slow starts, is it a major issue? Is it something the team is working on? Here's what the offensive coordinator had to say.
We build as we go, and certainly we've had a lot of success as the game has progressed. Cool thing is in the first quarters, as frustrating as it can be, I think our guys handle the adversity really well, and ultimately we don't want to face that adversity every single week.
So they're handling it well, but they don't want to face it going forward. Seems to be an appropriate reaction. The question is, can they fix it? And we have another chance to see if the Birds can fix these slow starts offensively and extend their winning streak to 9 games as they take on the Carolina Panthers Sunday at 1 p.m. at Lincoln Financial Field. The Sixers, well, they've got a win streak of their own, believe it or not. They won their second straight game last night, taking down the Charlotte Hornets 110-104. Paul George had 29 points, including 6 from beyond the arc last night. Not 6 points, 6 threes to lead the Sixers in scoring. They'll be back on the court tonight at 7:30 p.m. against the Orlando Magic. You can hear that game live right here on The Fanatic. Adam Schefter joins us coming up at 8. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Ricky Batalico.
I think the one thing, and I
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic, talking about the comment made by Nick Sirianni, head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, as you guys know, that the media, and let's face it, he's talking about a lot of fans as well, overreacted to the 2-2 start. I will further it and say the first 6 weeks of the season. The first
you got to count the
season.
Jags game and the Browns game.
No, the Jags game was outside of this first 6 weeks.
I thought it was the 6th. Is that the 7th game?
No, week 6 was week 5 was the bye. Week 6 was the Browns. Then it was Giants-Bengals.
Giants-Bengals.
And then the Jags game.
And then the regression.
So the Jags game is absolved from this conversation where he had his worst day as a decision maker during the games. But I'm talking about the first 6 weeks, which was Packers win, Falcons loss, Saints win, Bucks horrible loss. Missing players. Bye week, and then the Browns game, which you won, but it led to the wild interaction where he's yelling at fans after the game.
And then bringing the daycare to the press conference.
So the question, Nick Sirianni aside, but he was the one that said it, did we overreact to the first 6 weeks, the first third of the Eagles' 2024 NFL season? You can text and you can call in at 610-632-0975. Our man Adam Schefter will be joining us coming up at 8 o'clock. Now, speaking of contributors to ESPN, our buddy Dan Orlovsky has chimed in. Johnny?
On what, Connor?
He tweeted in to the response to your video. Simple 2-word response. I did.
In terms of
that he overreacted.
Yes.
Just to reset it if someone doesn't understand.
Yes.
Now, a couple of people responded to him. Big Mo. He said,
Mo!
No, it was deserved. There's a reason the offensive line had a talk with Nick about the play calling, which I agree with.
I responded the same way.
Jim responded, I respect that, Dan, which I do too. I
respect
for him
it
chiming
too.
in, I appreciate that. He said Jalen's play against Atlanta and Tampa Bay were average and looked to be the trend. Philadelphia has learned how to maximize production from both Saquon and Jalen to create a matchup nightmare. AJ returning has really helped. So
all fair. That's all fair.
Let's rewind. That's what I was asking for, using Jalen more as a game manager and having him just hand the ball off to Saquon Barkley and utilizing Saquon in your offensive line. Oh, wait, I wasn't the only one that thought that. Your linemen thought that, too. That's why they went to the office. Another guy responded to Dan. His name was Greg. He said, remember, they were one easy Saquon catch away from 3-1. Saquon catches that pass 99 times out of 100, and the one game they had no chance was without A.J., Devontae, and Lane Johnson.
But that was also one decision that didn't need to be made.
Correct.
That was not the correct decision to be made, no matter how anybody tries to spin it. It put a game at risk that didn't need to be at risk.
I don't like doing they're one play away from. Because I could do the same thing for games that they won. What if Dallas Goedert didn't run 60 yards after the catch in New Orleans?
How much time was left when Goddard caught that ball and did that run in that game? Was that inside the 2-minute warning, or am I imagining?
It may have been. I
thought that was inside the 2-minute warning. That it just...
Yeah, let's just say that didn't happen, right?
That was amazing.
So Saquon's touchdown happened with a minute left in the game.
It was inside.
Yeah.
It was a minute, 10 seconds to go.
So let's say...
And he went out of bounds. That's it. What if that play doesn't happen?
And, illegal offensive contact, the offensive pass interference. What if something happened? I can do the exact same thing for games that they won, which is why I don't do it, because it's nonsense. They won the game, they lost the game. Plain and simple.
Right. That's a shaky house of cards argument that you can't make. But the other thing that you have to think about is, are we talking about the same thing that Sirianni is when he says overreaction? He may not look at his players coming to him as an overreaction. I don't think anyone would argue that there weren't things that needed to be fixed. I think that's a fair and appropriate reaction. We talked about that, and that's what this show did. But there are people who are talking about, well, this team can't win, this coach needs to go, this team will not figure it out. It's a continuation of last year. All of these conversations were happening, and in the article, he specifically mentions 2-2. At that point, people were talking about going into the bye week, does he survive the bye week? That was a legitimate conversation that was being had by people.
The weird thing is I don't think it was I don't believe for one second, not for a second, that Jeffrey Lurie and them sat down and goes, do we fire this guy at 2-2? I do not believe it.
To Connor's point, I do remember 100% somebody saying, I don't know who, somebody saying, well, if you were to fire him, now would be the time because you have 2 weeks before the Browns game. And I thought that was ridiculous.
I don't believe for 1 second that there was ever a conversation, we're going to fire a coach at 2-2 who had just lost the second game with Devontae out, AJ out, and
no. Not
So I don't believe that conversation. You'd said there was legitimate conversation.
No, legitimate
people
from the media.
Yeah,
who he's mad at.
But I don't believe it was legitimate because there's zero chance that Jeff Lurie, if Jeff Lurie and Howie Roseman are not considering that, it's not legit conversation.
So you're saying that the media had a conversation that was not a legitimate option for the organization, that was not considered by the organization?
No, that is hot take. That is the absolutely hot take if you're saying they're deciding on whether it's going to be.
And we know those conversations happened by the media. So that would, in turn, be
he's upset with the
overreaction.
But again, you're saying like the entire fan base wanted him fired. No. Okay, we got like 50% of the people didn't want him. Okay, well then some of the fan base didn't want him fired. Okay, now we're getting closer to what was really done.
Right.
It was not the media. The overwhelming media opinion was never that Nick Sirianni was going to be fired or should he be fired in the course of the season. Oh, like 90%. So when people say
90 is fair. There were a lot of people talking about his job.
Okay, I'm telling you the most prominent voices in this town that get to comment on his job every day. The guys who cover it, the DeChecos, the Kerrs, the Zach Bermans and everybody else. Every single beat writer, the big columnist in town, the Mike Sealskis. None of them.
Okay.
We're calling for him. So to me, that means it's not the media. You're saying you're taking a small portion of people who consider themselves media and making it like that was the media opinion, when in fact it was 90% anti that opinion.
First off, I don't think 90% is fair. Second off, you can't split it up because he didn't single anybody out. He just said the media. He hears what he hears. And he was hearing people critique his job and saying that he should not have it anymore. Now, he didn't say it was John Kincade or Andrew Salciunas or Connor Thomas.
He just said media.
He just said media. We don't know who he's referring to, and he didn't single anybody out, and there were people who overreacted, and that's why I think this is fair.
You do realize this thing that you're saying, it's fair to say that. It doesn't apply to any other part of life. It doesn't apply to being fair in any other part of life. If you were to say, you got cheated on by a woman, Connor. You got cheated on by a girl. You loved her. You think she was the one, and she cheats on you, and she's been running around on you. And then you say, you know what? All women cheat. All women are dirty.
I don't think that's remotely fair to this conversation.
It's that there are certain people. There's a minuscule amount of people that believed that ever went with that.
Now, John did say he's sensitive to when somebody says that.
Yes, because it's not right. It's saying, well, there was somebody, the guy at the Wawa. I remember a guy at a Wawa pump once telling me something. Well, the fan base was saying, fire Nick. No, a guy at the Wawa in West Goshen said it. Yeah. No, and it wasn't the overwhelming opinion. In fact, it was the far minority opinion that came up with that.
Listen, our lens is not his lens.
That's because Dumbo must have the ears that are this big. Because if you don't want to, he obviously listens a lot because he says to us, don't praise my team.
Well, he quoted John Kincade earlier this year.
He quoted me on the whole Kellen Moore thing. I don't want them hearing that. No. Keep it quiet. So if you're listening that intently and you're listening to all the good stuff, you got to go, okay, sometimes the stuff's not going to be good.
Just keep on winning.
God, read our social media.
And keep your mouth shut. Don't say the whole overreacting thing. Now, I was thinking about this, Connor. Did we get any texts about the extension?
Yeah.
I was thinking about this during the break. For all the people that are like, oh, your guy's being too hard on Nick. It's like a vegan.
Oh, here we go.
And a vegan wants people to stop eating cows, right? Then why don't you build a farm and bring all the cows there so that nobody can
just
do anything to the cows?
He is working on it.
So for the people that are saying don't be critical of Nick Sirianni, are you also willing to say give him an extension? What do we got?
Eric from Virginia, who checked in earlier and said, yes, way overreaction. It's fine to criticize, but you two are being over the top, has said, yes, give Nick an extension. Can't worry about Kellen Moore leaving or anything like that, but that's how it goes. Nick Sirianni deserves 4 years right now.
4 years right now?
Can I ask you right now?
Did that guy ever text in earlier in the year?
Yeah, probably. He's got
saying he deserved a 4-year extension? I mean, here's what I'm going to say to you, too, is when someone comes with that, then that means he believes, I think he believes they're winning the Super Bowl. Now, guess what? I'm not far from that.
There's a chance.
But, I mean, he sounds like he is just there. Like he's already there. I'm not already there yet.
You have a dinner reservation in New Orleans.
Yeah, you do have a dinner reservation.
Does that dinner reservation come before or after the game?
Oh, come on, Johnny.
You know, as far as winning it, I won't know till I see the opponent.
Killing me. All right, coming up next, we'll hear more from you. And an article from Dave Zangaro on NBC Sports Philadelphia. The title.
By the way, he did not ever advocate for Sirianni.
No, he does not. The title, Nick Sirianni deserves his share of credit for Eagles' turnaround. My question is nobody giving it any? It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli.
This team. Salciunas 97.5, The Fanatic. Adam Schefter will be joining us coming up at 8 o'clock as he does each and every Wednesday. Always love our conversations with Shefty. And John has a specific question that we will ask Adam at the end.
Got to get the wording on this exactly that I agreed to the other day.
So the other day, if you missed it, John tried pulling a gotcha moment on me.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody in the world agreed.
Oh, here we go. What are you, Nick Sirriani? False. Absolutely false.
Everybody in the world agreed with my sentiment.
Somebody who was on working your show didn't agree.
Oh, what's one person?
On that day, didn't agree.
Just like how Nick Sirianni says one person overreacted.
Yeah, one person. So, so we already got two. Now,
if you're just here's what we talked about. I said on Sunday, after Vic Fangio spoke to the media last week about Lamar Jackson, he said he gets better every single year. Right when you think he's reached a peak, he finds a way to get better at his craft. And I compared him to Joel Embiid because every year you think Joel Embiid has reached his peak, he finds a way to add something new to his game, and he gets better every single year.
I've missed that. It's 2024. I missed that.
What do you mean?
What's he better at?
Well, this year, nothing because he hasn't played.
Why?
Well,
exactly.
That's,
so come on.
That's not the argument.
No,
it is.
That wasn't the argument.
John, it's legitimately not.
It's legitimately,
and then I continued to say that both these guys have had incredible regular season success and have not won anything.
Their work ethics being compared to each other?
I never compare work
but
ethic.
I mean, if you're talking about somebody getting better all the time,
which
you're talking about a guy. No, he hasn't, though. Was his last year as good as the year before? No.
Before he got hurt, he was.
No.
Before he got hurt, he was averaging more points and more rebounds than ever before. And assists.
But his last year wasn't as good as the year before.
In the clip, Andrew says without injuries.
Well, you can't do that with Embiid.
Well, John, that's the clip that you chose.
But you can't do that with Embiid is the point.
Well, you will ask Shefty.
We will.
Because so far, you have a small island. It's a nice island.
It's a nice island. It's a really, really nice island.
And it's very secluded.
It's secluded.
It's just you.
Keeps the Embiid truthers out.
Is your family at least joining you on that island?
I think some are invited.
Okay.
It depends.
All right,
believe me, there's some who are invited, some that won't be.
All right, real quick before we get back to our calls and texts, I read an article this morning from Dave Zangaro.
Love Dave.
Nick Sirianni deserves his share of credit for Eagles' turnaround. Has he not been getting it? Now look,
no. I think he's pointing out that a lot of people are going to give it to the coordinators.
Well, I will first say that the offense looks better probably because of Kellen Moore. The defense is that's not even a question. I don't think that's a hot take.
Nick has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, Vic Fangio has everything to do with the defense. But I mean, we've been talking about how he's been handling himself has been even better. Has Nick Sirianni not been getting it?
I think I don't think he's been getting enough.
Okay, you think he should be getting more credit?
Yeah, I do for the turnaround, but a lot of it is his turnaround. A lot of it is his personal turnaround. And I give people credit for personal turnaround. I think that to me is something he gets credited for. I don't think he gets enough credit. I think Nick always gets a yeah, but. And he's brought that on himself.
Yes.
No, and look, I mean, he's brought it on himself. But I do believe he gets a yeah, but from the vast majority of fans.
Okay.
But I think that's enough credit considering his track record. I don't think we need to go over the top with, this guy's the perfect head coach. But over the past month, everywhere I've seen Nick Sirianni talked about or heard him talked about, especially on the station, he's been lauded. Even by people listen to the Mike Missanelli show and how Mike talks about him now compared to when him and Bill went tooth and nail against each other at the start of the season. Everybody has come around on, okay, we're giving this guy credit. I think your point is valid, Andrew, that he is getting credit for what he's been doing this year.
Yeah, I'm not giving him credit for Saquon Barkley. I'm giving him credit for a culture that's been set. I'm giving him credit for listening to his players. He didn't all of a sudden change his offensive game plan. He listened to his players, and that's something that a lot of coaches won't do.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, that is fair. And I do. I admire that.
Like, I hear more but with Jalen than I hear with Nick.
Oh, yes. Oh, no, I'll give you that one big time. I just always am. I'm shocked that I don't believe Nick Sirianni has a ton of self-awareness. It's okay to say, I wasn't good, I fixed things, and now I'm pretty pleased with how they're going. Or I was self-reflective, changed up some stuff, and I'm pleased with how it's going. I think it makes you a bigger man.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
I think it makes you a stronger leader. I think I don't believe, I think this incessant need to, see, I was right. See, I was right. Is just, it's to me, that's not leadership.
Yeah,
The Pat McAfee thing was a total setup, by the way, too.
Oh, yeah.
Buddies. Hey,
yeah,
buddies.
but that's the Pat McAfee
Hey, buddies,
show.
toss me a bone, and I'm not going to say anything, but you guys can sing my praises. And I'll just sit here and go, okay.
Yeah, but I don't think he reached out to them and said, "Hey, can you guys say something nice about me?"
But he knew
he's knowing what he's walking into.
Yeah. Absolutely.
He's not walking into the Christians with the lions.
And if I was going to walk into a room where everyone was going to tell me how great I am, I would walk into that room so damn fast, and I think everybody would.
Well, and you know what though?
No, I like getting ripped.
Apparently.
But when you purposely avoid places to walk into where you might actually get a tough question.
What do you mean? He goes to the link every other Sunday.
Yeah,
that is true.
Or where you purposely avoid places where you where you might get questioned objectively
by bringing your kids. Real quick, let's go to our man Tasty Cake Dom. Dommy, what's up, brother?
Hey, Andrew, John.
Hey, buddy.
John, how are you?
What's up,
Good,
man?
buddy.
I've finally got my release date from this rehab. I've been in here since Halloween. So.
Oh, I'm glad you got the date, man. That's awesome.
December 16th.
Great job.
John, I've been dying to talk to you, John, because you and I are going to be the only guys that know this name. Did you know that Saquon Barkley is Iran Barkley's nephew?
I did not know that till the other day. Did not know that.
You want to talk about a tough family.
Well, he's tough. He's got that tough. He's got a fighter's mentality. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
So Dommy, what do you got on Sirianni here, man?
Yeah, okay, this is what I want to say is, I feel like what you were talking about, Andrew, he was talking directly at me because the Saints game, all I did was yell at the TV set. The Cleveland game, all I did was to yell at the end of the Jacksonville game. I mean, all I did was criticize this guy. He wants to be a little chesty with me, Tom, and say, "Oh, Ben and do now, brother." You know, I feel like I got to take it.
And I think, Dom, you should. You should, and you're a big man for doing it.
And thanks for the call, brother.
Thank you, Dom, and be well. Mike Missanelli. Mike Missanelli has integrity. He literally says, if I came on and said the things I said about Nick Sirianni, now that they're 10-2, I would look like a clown.
But I will say
and
this.
he owns it.
Nobody needs to apologize.
No apology.
Because all those things were warranted at the time.
Correct. But Mike was a little further on the scale than others. He was further than me, further than you,
He's
whatever.
got a lot to say.
But Mike, he does. But Mike has integrity and says, I own it.
All right, coming up next, another man of integrity, Adam Schefter. He joins us to start the 8 o'clock hours. He does every single Wednesday. It is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A big night for PG. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by Groundworks, your expert for basement waterproofing and foundation repair since 1997. Book your free inspection at groundworks.com. Paul George had a big night for the Sixers down in Charlotte as the Sixers found their second straight victory, their first two-game winning streak of the year. 110-104 was the final score for the Sixers' favor. Paul George, 29 points, including 6 3-pointers to lead the Sixers in scoring. Not a lot of time to rest on their laurels, though. They'll be back on the court tonight at 7:30 p.m. against the Orlando Magic at the Wells Fargo Center. That game will be live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Flyers are still off. They'll be back on the ice tomorrow night. The Eagles, well, they're chilling until their matchup with the Carolina Panthers, and they're really comfortable on that 8-game winning streak. Well, maybe not really comfortable. The slow offensive starts have been a concern for the Eagles over the past couple months, and that's something that Kellen Moore addressed in his media availability yesterday.
We build as we go, and certainly we've had a lot of success as the game has progressed. Cool thing is in these first quarters, as frustrating as it can be, I think our guys handle the adversity really well, and ultimately we don't want to face that adversity every single week.
It's good to handle it, but yes, Kellen Moore's correct. We don't want to face that every week. So we'll see if the Birds are able to get off to a quick start against Carolina Sunday, 1 p.m. at Lincoln Financial Field. Adam Schefter joins us coming up next. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
On this Wednesday morning here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic, which means we get to talk to one of our favorite people from ESPN on the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business get you ready for what's next. And he's brought to us by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com. Shefty, good morning.
Andrew, John, good morning. Happy holidays. Happy everything.
We hope you had a nice Thanksgiving, and we hope that you're gearing up for a nice holiday season, just like the Eagles seem to be, because they're just winning football games. But I want to start off with what we're talking about today, Adam, with you. He recently did an interview where he believes that people were overreacting to the early start of the season, the 2-2 start, entering the bye week, and then, of course, the shaky win against the Browns where he had the meltdown where he yelled at fans. Do you agree that people were overreacting to the first third of the Eagles season, or was it warranted?
Well, that's what we do in today's day and age. Everybody overreacts to everything. I mean, and coming off the type of ending that they had last year, that's why people overreacted, because they finished as poorly as they did, and people were scarred by that. If the Eagles had finished strong last year and the ending to their season had been the Super Bowl loss to the Chiefs like it was the year before, and they were 2-2, the conversation would have been a little bit more reasonable than it was, but it wasn't.
We used to talk in this city every year about how Andy Reid would start out in September slow. But because Andy Reid had built up all the goodwill of winning a lot, people sort of understood it.
And I think, again, people were so haunted and angry by the way last season went that it inevitably and rightfully seeped into this season. And when you start 2-2 and you look a little flat and you're starting slow in the games and not scoring in the first quarter the way that they did, then people are going to get a little bit anxious and a little bit impatient and a little bit testy. And that's what happened. And I think it's perfectly reasonable. Again, we overreact in today's world. It's just the way it kind of is. But you could understand why people would have done that early in the year with the Eagles.
Shefty, we're watching a running back that's just amazing in Saquon Barkley. And he's striving for records. I mean, we are doing the Eric Dickerson watch now. That would be hard to accomplish, but he could possibly do it. My question for you, in all the years you've covered the NFL, have you seen players or teams allow players try to reach certain feats, or do they try to be careful about the bigger picture, and that's, of course, being healthy for the playoffs?
Well, I have a great example for you. I covered the Denver Broncos in 1990. 7 or 8, was it? It was one of the 2 years. I'm trying to remember which one it was. I believe it would have been 98. 98, yeah, 98. It was 98. Terrell Davis.
Yes.
For over 2,000 yards, and they won the Super Bowl. And that became something that they were chasing and something they were pursuing and interested in. They were all aware of it. And it seemed like for a little while it might not happen. And then I believe it was the last game of the year against Seattle. He needed like 147, 163, something like that to get to 2,000. And lo and behold, he did it early in the game. I was like, whoa. And like I'm thinking, whatever the number was he needed that day, like I don't know if he's going to get it. They're keying on the guy. And early on, I'm like, wow, he's going right over this. And not only did he get the mark, but they did it within the confines of not losing sight on the larger goal of winning the Super Bowl. So, yes, you can do both. They did both.
Do you believe that the number one seed is something that is going to be, like, incredibly critical for either the Lions or the Eagles to get to the Super Bowl? Or do you believe that when two great teams play, they're gonna play and it really doesn't matter the venue?
John, I think incredibly critical is a little bit overdone.
Okay.
I think it is a advantage to whoever gets the 1 seed. And Detroit's leaking a little bit of oil. Like, Detroit has looked until recently like the best team in the league. But now, and that's what is always the case in the NFL, a long season. There's a lot of things that change. What is happening in week 2 and 3 is not the same thing that's happening in weeks 12 and 13. And even though the Lions look like the best team, the Eagles have undeniably and unmistakably closed ground on them and maybe even overtaken them. And I would say if they've overtaken them, it's largely because of all the defensive injuries the Lions have suffered. I mean, it has been very, very difficult. You look at what they've lost, right? Aiden Hutchinson out till at least the Super Bowl, maybe the season. Marcus Davenport out for the year. John Kaminsky out for the year. Alex Anzalone out for the playoffs. Derek Barnes out. Malcolm Murray is out for the year. Jalen Reeves-Maven out. Like, a lot of defensive talent. A lot. And you could only withstand so many losses before it starts to take a toll on your team. And I believe that will eventually impact them, yes.
Now, when it comes to the Eagles defensively, we're watching an incredible story in Zach Bond week in and week out. Have you heard any whispers of a contract extension between the Eagles and Zach Bond? And if not, is that Zach Bond's camp waiting to see just how many awards might be going his way before the season's over?
I really haven't heard anything about that. I'm sure, both sides would like to get it done. It's worked out. It's been a great year for him. But I haven't heard that a deal is getting done, which, by the way, maybe it gets done today. I just didn't know about it, right? But I haven't heard about a deal getting done. I could tell you that I'm sure they'd want to keep him.
There is a growing belief here that this team is going to, once again, be able to push for the number 1 seed or get, at least the number 2 seed and lock it up. Do coaches tend to have a playbook or an idea about how they handle the end of a season? Because, honestly, the Eagles could lock up the 2 seed as soon as next weekend.
Right, but it's all about the 1 right now. You just mentioned earlier in the segment, what was the exact phrase that you used? Unbelievable advantage or, critically important, or whatever you said there, John.
Right.
So it's not about locking up the 2. It's about getting the 1, if they can. That's what this is about. And you'd like to think they could get it done, and hopefully they will.
Do you know if the Eagles were in on any other edge rushers after Brandon Graham went down? Obviously, they acquired Charles Harris off of waivers. Anything else that the Eagles were targeting before trying to get things ready for the playoffs?
There's only so many things you can do here, right? Like, you lose Brandon Graham. The Lions went out and added Quan Alexander and Jamal Adams. It's not like you go up the street into a store and go get a good quality defensive end for your playoff push. Like, if he was out there, other teams would have signed him.
I guess I'm leading you to the Shaq Barrett conversation. Were the Eagles showing any interest there? Miami had to activate Barrett, but they declined. So,
yeah. Well, it was like a 24-hour window, and it's a moot point because he was on the Dolphins' reserve retired list, and they never let him go. So the Eagles aren't even allowed to show interest because that would be tampering.
Do you think there's motivation on their part to make sure that he didn't go to play for a guy in Vic Fangio?
Never even thought of that. I would think that wouldn't have entered in, no.
That they're good with that.
Okay, fair.
Which is fair. Right now, is there anybody playing any better football than the Birds?
No. Right now, they are playing at the highest level of any team in the league. But to that, I say, so what? So what? It's week 14. We're getting late. You want to play your best football in week 18, wild card 1, wild card 2. Like,
sure.
That's when again, a month ago, I would have said and did say the Lions were playing the best football in the league. So now we're on December 4th or whatever it is, and what does it matter? So, they're playing great, and as long as they keep playing like that and stay healthy, they're going to have a real chance to have the kind of season that they want. That's all you can ask.
Shefty, I know you were on the Pat McAfee show the other day talking about Cooper DeJean, but we're not going to get into the discussion of exciting whites. What I do want to talk to you about is the exciting play of Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell, a first and second round draft pick from the Eagles. Have you ever seen a defense have so much success so early on thanks to two young players like that? I mean, they're both rookies, and you would think that they've been in the league for 4 or 5 years now.
Yeah. I believe it would have been 1979. There was a year in which the San Francisco 49ers drafted 4 defensive backs. 4. It was like Carlton Williamson and Ronnie Lott. And, I mean, if you go back and look, there was a year where I remember this because obviously I would have been in my teenage years. And the 49ers were so woeful in the secondary and took 4 defensive backs. You know, like 3 of them wound up starting and all 4 played. And they went to the NFC Championship game. And it was largely because of these rookie defensive backs. So the Eagles hit on 2, and the 49ers that year hit on 4.
Wow.
So, yeah, I have seen that before. And look, if we go back to the draft, one of the byproducts of all the teams being interested in all the quarterbacks, and there being this push to where there were 6 quarterbacks selected in the first 12 picks, was that it pushed down other players like Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. Ordinarily, they might not be there where Philadelphia was picking, but because of this emphasis and push on QBs and them going higher than many people projected them to, that pushed down other players that went later than people expected them to. And those are 2 examples. And it worked out to Philadelphia's advantage with those guys going there.
Adam, we had a local media member who was, as we were talking about the preparation last week for the Baltimore Ravens, talking about the great Lamar Jackson and saying the best comparison on getting better year after year in his career that Lamar Jackson has done is Joel Embiid.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's a valid comparison?
Joel Embiid to Lamar Jackson?
Yes, on the idea that they constantly improve their game.
Well, Joel Embiid's not playing.
Ding, 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 ding!
I'm lost.
There you go. I was lost, too, when I heard this prominent insider.
We'll let a third party ask the question. Connor Thomas, who's the great producer of the show, you speak to them every time you call in, Shefty. Connor, can you explain this situation? Because obviously there's bias in both parties.
All right. Clearly there's an argument between John and
No. Listen to Connor now because he's going to try to...
Hold on. There's no bias.
No, not toward you.
No, not towards you.
Toward John
they're
and
claiming me. They're claiming that I'm biased because I was objecting to any comparison between the 2. Connor, give him the question your way.
So the argument, Adam, is Joel Embiid comparable to Lamar Jackson in that they improve and add to their game year after year?
That's what I said.
Part of the argument was not containing the injuries this season. So it's just the ability to improve their game year after year.
And never winning anything.
Again, I come back to we live in a what have you done lately for me world, and it's very reactionary and overreactionary to go back to the very first topic on this segment here today. And so I'm sorry that all that's fresh in my mind this year about Joel Embiid is him being out on the injury report, not playing. So it's hard for me to think of him and talk about him in a way like he's improving his game every year when I'm not seeing his game this year.
Fair.
I think it's fair.
Fair.
Good job, Adam.
We appreciate it, man. Thanks as always for joining us. We'll talk to you again next week.
Thank you, buddy.
Have a great week.
Take care,
He's Adam Schefter on the Comcast Business Hotline. Brought to us by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at LandisPC.com. Don't take your victory lap.
I'm not taking a victory lap, but
He didn't understand the question.
No, he did understand the question, and he still found it baffling.
I didn't think he found it baffling.
I believe
he's just wondering why we're having this conversation
I think he does.
when he hasn't played this year.
I think within the Sixers fan base, there'd be a lot of people that would absolutely, not 90%, that would line up on your side. I believe nationally, people listening to that would go, what?
Nick Wright.
They're going,
Nick Wright agrees with me.
You and the Pirates of Penzance.
Well, that's nationally. Am I wrong?
It's a Pirates of Penzance.
Whether you like the guy or not, he's a national media member.
Jack Sparrow. Yes. And what does he do every day?
Takes, brother.
Yeah, exactly.
Takes.
Welcome to the Nick Wright camp.
It is time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
What up, Connor?
A lot
By the way,
ways.
Shefty thought I was calling him biased. He was not.
Oh, he's going to get your backs out on that
to
one.
attack me, man.
I loved it.
I better watch myself.
Yeah, watch your back. He's got connections. Nothing better, or nothing biased, I should say, than today's headlines. So we'll look at the Juan Soto situation. Now, the Phillies are reportedly out, and that's not where I'm going with this. But the teams that are reportedly in and are some of the finalists for Juan Soto, the Blue Jays, the Dodgers, the Red Sox, the Mets, and the Yankees. I want to know your guys' best and worst.
Blue Jays bottom. I'll tell you right now.
Blue Jays bottom.
There's no way.
From a Phillies
Canadian
perspective.
Sorry about that.
Best and worst spot, let me finish the question, for Juan Soto to end up from the Philadelphia Phillies perspective.
And the teams were once again.
Well, the best would be
The Jays, the Dodgers, the Red Sox, the Mets, and the Yankees.
let him go to the Jays. That'd be the best.
That'd be the
from
best. The
Phillies
worst would be the
perspective.
Mets because he's
Worst would be the Mets.
you're facing him
13 times.
Would it be
13
the
times.
worst?
Yes, 13 times.
Yeah, dude. I don't want him in
Totally,
this.
totally disagree.
Why?
Because Dodgers are on this list.
The
You
Dodgers-
can beat a Juan Soto-led team. You cannot beat the Dodgers if they get Juan Soto.
How about he's not going to the Dodgers? He's gonna. And I don't know where what it'll be. To me, it's gonna be Red Sox Mets. From everything that it sort of seems like it's percolating, Red Sox Mets are the teams. Let him go to the Red Sox. Doesn't bother me at all. Like I'll worry about the Red Sox in the World Series.
I also still like winning divisions because to win the division,
Oh, now we like winning divisions.
well. What do you mean?
I don't understand.
Well, we spent all the postseason winning the NL East. No one cares anymore.
What?
I
No,
still-
winning. No, I'm saying winning the division guarantees you to spot in the playoffs. I
Yeah,
got to get
I
into the
mean-
playoffs before I start worrying about beating the Dodgers.
Yeah,
That's why I would rather him go to the Dodgers than the Mets because it's my division.
that does make sense. Perfect sense.
I think that's crazy.
I would rather the Cowboys be worse off than the Lions.
Right, but if
or
the
the
Do-
49ers.
If the Dodgers got Soto, your path to the World Series is dead. Any other team in the
I feel
National
like we've
League's
said that.
path to the
I feel
World
like we've
Series
said
is dead.
that like 3 times
Baseball-
now in the
base-
last 5 years about the Dodgers, and they lose in the first round.
And
this year they
baseball-
won a World Series.
And baseball in this generation of baseball hasn't had a repeat winner.
yeah.
Like it's been 20 some years.
Guess what? If Soto goes
So
to the
it-
Dodgers, I'll put all my money on
Like
it.
Connor,
Wow.
I watched an Arizona Diamondbacks team go to a World Series.
Okay.
Right? I mean, it doesn't. Baseball is the least. Baseball's the most balanced. They never have repeat winners. They always have odd teams that step up and get to the World Series. Phillies, Rangers,
Yeah.
Arizona Diamondbacks. Nah, baseball's the weirdest
So
of all of them.
yes,
I'm okay with them. I don't want them to go to the Mets, though. I do not want them to go to the Mets.
No. That's the second
Fine,
worst to me.
Dodgers would be second though. Like,
Yes,
I'm not
they'd be
saying
second.
like let me see it.
Correct.
Like they can get it.
All right. Last thing real quick here. The Big Dom movie deal. I'm sure you guys have seen this, but Adam Schefter reported in his time with the Pat McAfee show, and I didn't want to play the audio because we just had Schefter on, but he reported that Big Dom was reached out to with a lot of money to do a movie about his life. He turned it down. Your guys' thoughts on the Big Dom
Look,
movie?
I will say this: I am proud of him for turning it down. We joke, well, it's true. He's on camera all the time. I am glad that he turned it down
I'm glad he turned it down too.
because I don't need more of it.
I don't have any interest.
This shouldn't be a story. Like
I don't.
with all due respect to Big Dom should not be a story.
It's.
Name me. You like to do the center thing. Name me another center for a football team.
Name me other director of security for an NFL team.
Like, come on.
I mean, honestly, he was in the news for all the wrong reasons because he wasn't doing his job well. He was getting into it with the other team, and he wasn't controlling the guy that he's paid to control.
No, I don't know that it's fair to say he got into the news for not doing his job well. Like
He didn't-
He
he didn't-
overstepped in an instant.
And
but
he did. That's one reason.
all the stuff we've heard about Big Dom is he's amazing at his
Okay,
job.
no,
and-
what
and-
is it
and-
can
and
be an
that's great.
amazing individual, but the thing is, no other director of security in the NFL has been kicked out of a game. So I mean, they do their jobs every week by being seen and not heard.
I just don't.
Like, they
need
just
him.
don't even get
I don't
involved.
need him to even be a story.
It
That's
doesn't.
all.
He shouldn't be a story.
That's all.
That's the big part.
All right, coming up next. What if I told you my best 30 for 30 voice?
Yes. What if I told you?
What if I told you the Eagles, the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles,
Okay.
compare to a previous Super Bowl champion?
Whoa! I'm all ears.
What if I told you that team is your biggest enemy. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Getting the offense going early. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by Ace Hardware Home Services. Got a leaky pipe? Having issues with your heat? Well, at Ace Hardware Home Services, they're around the block with everything you need to fix it. They've got the pros to keep your home humming all year long. Ace Hardware Home Services. The Eagles, well, they're 10-2, and that's awesome. An 8-game win streak, that's even better. And everything feels good about the Birds right now, except the slow starts on offense. They have been one of the lowest scoring teams in the first quarter in the NFL this year. And that's something that Kellen Moore, offensive coordinator, talked about yesterday in his media availability, needs to get fixed.
We build as we go, and certainly we've had a lot of success as the game has progressed. Cool thing is in the first quarters, as frustrating as it can be, I think our guys handle the adversity really well, and ultimately we don't want to face that adversity every single week.
Handling adversity is good. Not facing it every week is even better. So I think there's a lot of people in the fan base that would say the Eagles getting off to a fast start would be paramount as they take on the Carolina Panthers Sunday at 1 p.m. Something to keep an eye on. The Sixers won their second straight game last night, taking down the Charlotte Hornets 110-104. Paul George had 29 points, 6 3-pointers in last night's victory. The Sixers are back on the court tonight at 7:30 p.m. against the Orlando Magic. You can hear that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. That's a home game, so they'll be at the center. The Flyers are still off. They'll be back on the ice tomorrow night. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We'll get back to our text coming up in a little bit. Our question today is whether or not we did indeed overreact to the first third of the Eagles season this year. The 2-2 start, the bye week, and then the win over the Browns. So technically 3-2 start with the bye week. Those 6 weeks, did we overreact to what was going on, what we were saying about Nick Sirianni? Now, in case you're wondering why we're asking that question, Nick Sirianni himself is the one that said the people, well, the media, were the ones overreacting to the early start. I believe everything that was said, unless you went a little too far, like saying fire the head coach.
If you said fire the head coach at the bye week,
that was an overreaction.
That would have been overreacting.
But everything else was warranted. The offense not looking great. Jalen Hurts not looking great. I mean, Jalen Hurts looked bad. He was tied with Will Levis for turnovers. Will Levis, all right? Like, Will Levis will be a career journeyman or backup, okay? So during the first 4 weeks of the season, if Jalen Hurts, and everybody likes to do, Jalen Hurts is the first quarterback since Patrick Mahomes to do this. Well, when Jalen Hurts was in a conversation with Will Levis, that's not good. So we talked about it. We pointed that out. When Nick Sirianni had his meltdown during the Browns game and after the Browns game, we talked about it.
We did.
So looking back, did we overreact at the time? I don't think that we did. I think everything was warranted. We'll get to the text messages in a second at 610-632-0975. But I want to read you something from CBS.
Okay.
The writer's name is Douglas Clawson. Never heard of him, but that's a great name.
His family makes a great pickle. Really good pickle family.
Douglas Clawson does sound like a movie name, though.
It sounds like a soap opera character.
You would know.
Douglas Clawson, yes.
So I want to read you something that Douglas Clawson wrote.
Okay.
Last year's collapse looks like a thing of the past as Saquon Barkley and the defensive revival have the Eagles looking primed for another Super Bowl run similar to 2022. They have won 8 straight games and look as dominant as any team in the NFL right now thanks to that lethal combination. They currently have the league's #1 rusher and the NFL's #1 total defense. That's a winning formula, especially if we're talking about holding a lead. The Eagles have outscored teams 140-67 in the second half during their win streak and haven't trailed in the fourth quarter during that span.
Now it's weird as I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's actually amazing. I would think they'd be down 1 and they took the lead or whatever. It also puts them in rare air.
Okay.
The Eagles are one of 2 teams since the merger to have the NFL's leading rusher and the top-ranked total defense. The other would be the 1992 Super Bowl champion Dallas Cowboys.
Emmitt Smith?
With Emmitt Smith.
Yeah. How about them Cowboys? Emmitt Smith is pretty awesome.
People are going to puke when I say the Eagles are compared to the Cowboys.
By the way, the other day when you played that, a couple of my people that I talk football with that are younger said to me, I love it when he plays that Jerry Jones clip.
Oh, Jerry, come on.
That's
Jimmy
a violation.
Johnson.
Yeah, you can't. Come on.
Well, that's a violation that you said that's a violation.
I'm allowed to.
But it's, I can't believe that somebody didn't know that. I was like, come on.
Yeah, that's messed up.
That's Jimmy Johnson.
All right, so here we go. The similarities do not stop there. I give this guy a lot of credit, Douglas Clawson from Days of Our Lives.
Yes.
No, CBS.
Now he'd be on Bold and Beautiful.
Both were NFC East teams that started off 10-2 that won 11 games the previous season. This is like the Abraham Lincoln JFK thing.
Okay.
Both had a 26-year-old quarterback, Troy Aikman.
Okay, that's really good.
Jalen Hurts.
Okay, this is really good.
Who also happened to make a short stop at Oklahoma in college.
That's very good after he transferred from?
Who, Troy?
Troy Aikman.
I don't know.
No clue.
UCLA.
Okay, thank you. He looked like a UCLA kind of guy.
Well, he was a UCLA kind of guy.
Both had a 4th-year coach, Jimmy Johnson versus Nick Sirianni, who were both seeking their first Super Bowl ring.
Okay.
Both had 2 of the younger defenses in the league and the top-ranked total defense. Both drafted 2 defensive backs in the first 2 rounds that year. Dallas drafted Darren Woodson in the 2nd round of that draft. The Eagles drafted Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean.
I don't know if Darren Woodson gets to see the games anymore, but
and both will surely have Pro Bowl triplets: Aikman, Smith, Irvin, Hurts, Barkley, Brown.
Okay, I'm feeling Clawson here. I'm liking this.
So it's basically the Lincoln, JFK, It's the 1992 Dallas Cowboys and the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles.
I really
How do we
like.
feel about that?
By the way, that is great work.
That is amazing. It's actually amazing.
That is great work by a writer. That's excellent work. Good job, Mr. Clausen.
So are we okay with comparing the Eagles to the Dallas Cowboys? The Super Bowl
The Cowboys were
winning Dallas
The Cowboys
Cowboys
were ascending. Yeah. The thing is, though, the Cowboys in 92, that was 92?
Yes.
The Cowboys of 90 were not in the Super Bowl.
Okay.
That's
But the previous
only-
year, they won 11 games, and that's one of the things he has on here.
Okay,
'cause
yeah,
the
it
Eagles
is.
won 11 games.
It is. The
last
previous year to that, though, the Cowboys were still climbing out of being a dumpster fire.
Fair.
And the Eagles were in the Super Bowl. That's the only thing where I wouldn't find any kind of validity to that.
But other than that,
I
he-
like it.
Like he found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 comparisons.
Okay, I don't
And
even,
the 10th would be if the Eagles win the Super Bowl because the Cowboys won it.
I'm a
year.
complete dork, and I don't, and I couldn't even. That would be even out of my wheelhouse. That's really good work.
It is great work, and I wonder if people feel icky about it. You
No.
even made it. No, Connor made a little noise in there.
I feel icky for two reasons. One, I hate the Cowboys. I don't ever like thinking about this team as, oh, they're the 92 Cowboys. Like, no, screw that. I hate Dallas. But the other thing is it kind of goes back to a conversation we had last week. Can the 92 Cowboys mold win in the modern NFL?
It can. It can. It absolutely can. Like the way the Cowboys, very similar to Saquon Barkley. Now this would be the next level environment of this. And by the way, the listeners in the audience that lived that era, you guys were kids.
Yeah.
It's,
I wasn't born.
Oh, no, 92?
I mean,
No,
you
we
weren't
weren't born yet.
Right,
No.
exactly. There was you weren't even kids. For God's sakes.
Sorry, Pop.
I'm watching that in a bar. I'm watching those games in a bar. They would, very similar to Saquon Barkley, you would get to halftime and you'd be saying, we're containing Emmitt Smith today.
And then
He'd have 46 yards, 42 yards on like 12 carries, and you'd be like, you're doing a damn good job on Emmitt Smith. And invariably, he would bust one for 45 out. He'd have that bust out quarter
yeah.
where in the third quarter, he'd just bust out and get it rolling. And then that would happen. So that's the kind of stuff that went on. I think it's a great comparison. I think it's a great comparison.
I mean, he
think
literally has numbers to back it up. That's
Here's
unbelievable.
Here's the difference. Jimmy Johnson was a brilliant, great head coach. Brilliant. Won a college national championship before coming to the NFL.
Nick won with Mount Union,
What?
didn't he?
I don't know. Did they beat Delaware County Community College? That was a big game that year.
Well, man.
I mean, come on, give me a break.
Well-
is that there's no comparison coaching-wise between Nick Sirianni and
Okay,
Jimmy Johnson.
that's
Now, guess
fair.
what? At the end of his career, I'll be glad to say it if he proves that he is.
Right.
But Jimmy Johnson was large and in charge. Jimmy Johnson was the boss.
Right.
Jimmy Johnson wasn't leaning on – nobody was talking about Jimmy Johnson's coordinators.
Right. It's amazing, though, these comparisons. And
I love that.
it's the 92 Dallas Cowboys.
Now I want pickles.
Let's go to Frank in Bucks County. What's up, Frank?
Guys, good morning. Let me take y'all speakerphone.
Thank you,
real quick.
Frank.
Thank
we
you,
appreciate
Frank.
that.
I'm not a rookie. Now, listen, guys, I just wanted to chime in. Something just on the topic of the overreaction. So I'll start there. I don't want to beat a dead horse. I think the only overreaction was fire the coach
Yes.
after 6 weeks. I think it's stupid. But I'll tell you where I saw overreaction. Okay, I saw overreaction early in the season when Darius Slay was a little too insecure to look bad out there, and he decided to go on his tweeter and start tweeting about his personal accomplishment. That was an overreaction.
Yeah.
To me. Okay, I'll tell you where another overreaction. Nick Sirianni jawing with fans on the sideline. Overreaction. Okay. Lastly, Sirianni bringing his kids up on the pedestal for the press conference. That's an overreaction to his overreaction. So I don't want him up there playing victim. I kind of think that's crap, to be honest. I think it's
I
a
like
little
Frank.
unfair to the fans. Number one. So so that kind of irks me a little bit.
And again, I believe, and like you said, for anybody that said
Good job,
fire the head coach, and thanks for the call,
Yeah.
Frank. For anybody that said fire the head coach,
That's an overreaction.
That's an overreaction. But if we were complaining about the offense not doing anything, they scored They scored 15 points against the Saints.
Yeah, and remember, he passed on 2 field goals that were easily makeable.
Right.
Within the range. So, like, what Nick Sirianni was being criticized on was 100% valid.
Yeah, games that they almost lost, or
because of the Jacksonville game, the Cleveland game, that game, they were snatching victory from the jaws of defeat.
Right. So, is it an overreaction?
I want to visit Bucks County. I think that's the ad campaign after hearing Frank.
Did we overreact? 610-632-0975. All right, coming up next, John Kincaid's favorite time of the week. 8:47 on Wednesdays.
It's the most wonderful
The NFL.com power rankings, the least biased power rankings out there. And there's a reason why I'm saying that today, because I saw another set of power rankings that we do have to touch on. It is Kincade and Salciunas on a Power Rankings Wednesday, Johnny. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a Bird's
on Kincaid's favorite time of the day.
It is? No.
Or of the week, sorry.
Of the week.
Of the week.
Maybe of the year.
Well, it happens 18 times.
I'm just glad that it happens so often.
The NFL.com Power Rankings. Give me some music there, Connor. I need some NFL music as I read through the NFL.com Power Rankings. The Jacksonville Jaguars remain dead last, Johnny, at number 32. But look out. From
Who's
the
pushing them for
NFC
it?
East, the New York Football Giants. They dropped to 31. They were surpassed by the Raiders.
God,
who
they're
are
terrible.
The 30th
They're so
team.
terrible.
So the Giants are at 31. I always like to tell you where the Jets are because John just completely loves the Aaron Rodgers fiasco.
I love Rodgers losing.
They are 3-9. They dropped to 27th in the power rankings. And are you going to watch the Netflix special?
I will not.
I have
because
zero interest in it.
anything that tells me more about Aaron Rodgers, I'm watching less.
I have zero interest in it.
Seriously.
The Dallas Cowboys, they've moved up one spot to 21.
Wow.
As they improved their record of 5-7 with their big Thanksgiving Day win over the New York Football Giants.
That's good. Keep winning.
Yeah,
Ruin
seriously.
your draft
Yeah,
pick.
ruin the draft pick. That'd be
By the
great.
way, the Niners are 20th. A team that we
The
always
Niners
have
are
eyes
20th?
on. They're 20th.
I think that is a little off, but okay.
Well,
Injury-wise, that's all injuries.
every
That's part of the equation.
That
I
is part of
gotcha.
the equation.
I got you.
All right, so your top 10. Oh, by the way, Commanders outside of the top 10, second straight week.
Have
They're
they
at
dropped
11.
further?
No, they just stayed
stayed.
at 11.
Okay.
Yep. So your top 10, the Broncos remain at 10. Chargers
Which is an
remain at
incredible
9.
job.
Yeah, both those stories.
Both those stories are great stories.
Broncos and Chargers both being 8 wins at this point in the season. 8-4 the Chargers, 8-5 in the Broncos. Very impressed. And
People
I love
hate
that.
Sean Payton, but
I
he's a
hate Sean
great coach.
Payton.
He's a great coach.
But I love that stadium. I was able to go there a couple of years ago with Philly Sports Trips, watching that game the other night. We are just like Denver fans, except we drink and they smoke. Like, that's honestly the biggest difference. I'm not joking. The Ravens dropped 3 spots after their loss to the Eagles. They are at number 8. The Steelers climb up to 7. Packers at 6.
Okay.
Your top 5. Coming in at number 5, the Minnesota Vikings. At number 4, the Kansas City Chiefs. The top 3s remain the same. Eagles at 3, Bills at 2, Lions at 1. Here's what they wrote about the Eagles. The Eagles' gritty victory over the Ravens was led by a defense that contained Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry to a degree that most other NFL defenses can't achieve. Philly's defense has come a long way since last season, and heck, even since the team's Week 5 bye. Actually, they were pretty good the first 4 weeks. Vic Fangio has been a massive upgraded coordinator in 2024, and he proved that Sunday with his in-season capstone. And where would the Eagles be without off-season signee Zach Bond? His success at linebacker and the play of additions in secondary, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, Quinyon Mitchell, and Cooper DeJean have been absolutely vital developments, along with defensive tackle Jalen Carter becoming one of the toughest players in the league to block. When the offense was stopped early, there was no panic. That's almost a weekly plot line now. Eventually, Saquon Barkley and A.J. Brown did what they do, finishing off the Ravens. The Eagles are a seasoned, dangerous team that can win pretty or, like on Sunday, ugly. I didn't think that was ugly, was it?
No, I didn't think so.
No, I don't think Sunday was ugly.
I think that was a playoff.
it had a
feel.
playoff feel to it.
I didn't think that was ugly.
I don't think we think enough about how Jalen Carter and yesterday Tyrone Johnson did a great job of this on the best show ever. The amount of how lucky we are that Jalen Carter slipped to 9.
9, yeah.
And the Bears passed on him at 8. And again, knowing the situation closely,
Yeah.
there were so many false stories out there about what happened
Right.
in the situation with Jalen Carter that teams literally cost themselves a chance to draft one
A
of the
generational
a transformational player.
Yeah, he's really like, you got to use a basketball term, and they use it to describe oftentimes John's favorite player, Joel Embiid. But
What's that?
the gravity that Jalen Carter has. Like,
Explain that a little bit.
Just everything is drawn to him with that defense. They talk about how he impacts everything. You got to move so many offensive linemen. You can't keep a running back out wide because you have to keep somebody interior to worry about him getting through. That changes your ability to get to the edge, which allows the linebackers to get more downhill. It gives you more time for coverage. The gravity that he brings, drawing everybody to the middle of that defensive line, opens up everything for the guys on the edge.
If you want to, I always think that Brian Baldinger is one of my favorite people.
Yeah,
he's one of my
he's
favorite
great.
people around. I know you feel the same way.
Love Baldy.
But but his breakdowns are amazing. If you go and watch his breakdowns just from the last 3 weeks of Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis, it's unbelievable.
I have a great Baldy story that I'll tell you next.
Good.
And it happened in this building.
Ah,
All right?
I like it.
And it's just amazing. By the way, ESPN, the Eagles dropped in the power rankings on ESPN.
No, they didn't.
Yep. They fell to 4.
Ah, please.
The Chiefs dropped from 2 to 3 because the Bills surpassed them all. So the Eagles dropped in the ESPN power rankings. That's why we only do the NFL.com ones, Johnny.
Gosh, that was dopey.
All right, coming up next, we'll reset the show. We have our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter and a lot more in the 9 o'clock hour. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers starting a streak. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by Wawa. Holiday gift cards, they're here. In addition to Wawa gift cards, Wawa also sells Amazon, Apple, Uber, Visa gift cards, and more. Available in festive holiday designs, too. Everyone loves a Wawa gift card. Everyone loves the Sixers winning 2 games in a row. It's the first time they've done that all year, which is wild to say on December 4th, but still. They found a win last night in Charlotte, 110-104 over the Hornets. Paul George, 29 points to lead the Sixers in scoring, 6 3-pointers for PG last night. So maybe they can make it 3 tonight. They will have a back-to-back, this one back at the Wells Fargo Center against the Orlando Magic tonight at 7:30 p.m. That game will be live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Flyers continue to be off. They'll be back on the ice tomorrow night. The Eagles, well, they're obviously off until Sunday when they'll take on the Carolina Panthers. And everything seems to be good in Eagles land, except for those slow offensive starts, which Kellen Moore was asked about yesterday.
We build as we go, and certainly we've had a lot of success as the game has progressed. The cool thing is in the first quarters, as frustrating as it can be, I think our guys handle the adversity really well, and ultimately we don't want to face that adversity every single week.
No, that's a good idea, is to not have to go through that process every single week, and I think the fan base will agree. But at the same time, the Eagles have been overcoming those, so it's the silver lining to what has been a slow start to basically every game this year for the Birds. Hopefully that won't happen against the lowly Panthers on Sunday. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
a.m. on Kincade Salciunas 97.5 The Fanatic on this Wednesday morning. Coming up around 9:10, we'll play our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter. He joins us every Wednesday at 8 o'clock. And then we play the 5 best minutes of it early on in the 9 o'clock hour. I'm going to reset the show in a second, but real quick, this Baldy story, because you brought up Baldy and his Baldy breakdowns.
Love it when I see Baldy in an Eagles game. It's always fun.
So he used to, come to the station a lot, as you guys know.
Sure.
And there was a day. So do you know, like, those coffee containers that, like, maybe your local church would have? Somebody
like
brewed
the boxes.
The big silver
the
thing.
big silver, yes,
cylinder
exactly.
circle.
Sure.
Silver thing. You
Yeah,
know
they
what I'm
have them
talking
at like
about, Connor?
they have a donut day after mass.
Or
Yeah.
like you see the iced tea in at the fast food restaurants.
Yeah, exactly. So we had that when we used to have a kitchen in this building.
Okay.
And I saw Baldy pour himself a cup of coffee out of
Okay.
it. And I still remember he was talking to Dina Poole, who used to be one of our great
Sure.
sales execs here at the station. And I saw him take a sip, and then another sip, and another sip. The only problem was that thing was like 6 months old.
I don't understand what you mean.
The coffee had been in there for months.
Was it hot?
No.
Okay, then what the hell was he doing?
And I was so young here that I was afraid to, like,
Tell him that it was old
go up
coffee?
to. Dude, this guy was probably drinking mold.
Oh, geez. Yeah, but Baldy is immune to that.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he's a football guy.
It's perfect. Like, honestly, there's no better person to tell that story about.
No, because Baldy's like immune to that kind of stuff because he's the Hulk.
And I watched him just fill it up a second cup, and I'm
No,
like,
he didn't.
I'm like, oh my god, dude, that's been there for months.
Oh no,
months. Because
that's
we
bad
used to
work
have,
on
like,
you as an intern or a part-time worker that you did not refresh the coffee.
No, it was for like a party or a meeting or something that just so happened to take place months earlier, and nobody cleaned it or removed it.
Dude, he's busy breaking down interior line play. He doesn't have time to check the coffee.
Or swimming with the dolphins.
Just
or,
drink and go.
He's all right.
Just disgusting.
He's
Love
a
you,
tank, bro.
Love you, Baldy.
By the way, I tweeted out the link of the Eagles Cowboys thing.
Uh-huh.
And right away,
What do you get?
Somebody, our man Pratik checks in. How about the comparisons in that season versus this season for the NFC contenders and AFC contenders? Like, nobody wants to compare the Eagles to the Cowboys. Even though the Cowboys won the freaking Super Bowl, people feel weird comparing the Eagles to the Cowboys.
Did you reading between the lines, talking Schefter? We'll have the 5 best minutes of Schefter later. Did you sort of feel like Schefter thinks the Eagles are the best team in
Yes.
clearly, and that
He said right now.
but I think he also believes that Detroit will not be able to overcome all these injuries.
Yeah, he says at some point you
Right.
just can't keep on finding
Right.
ways to win.
Right.
And they do have a lot of injuries.
They have a
that
lot of
team.
injuries.
And
We're very blessed with what we've dealt with compared to them.
Yeah, but you know what? The Eagles have dealt with a lot.
But
too.
we're getting them back. We got them back.
They're coming. Yeah, you're right. It's not.
Except
It's
for
not
Brand-
6 to 8
except
week
for Brandon
injuries.
Graham.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, what do we have on the text line, Connor? Here's what we're talking about today. Nick Sirianni, in an article with Albert Breer from Monday Morning Quarterback, he said that the overreaction was media-driven early on, and everybody was overreacting to the 2-2 start, and then what happened during the Browns game. We're asking the question. Forget that Nick Sirianni was the one that said it, even though it's kind of hard to forget that because
Correct.
it's like, yo, dude,
You created the
you
mess.
created this mess. Your coaching, your in-game decision-making, your actions on the sideline, your actions at the podium. The collapse from last year. If the collapse happened 5 years ago, it's a different story. This happened last year. So even Schefter agreed with us.
He did.
It was not an overreaction in a negative way because of what transpired last year.
Plus, as Schefter points out, that's what we do.
That is what we do.
We see a game on Sunday, we talk about it Monday.
Right.
We don't wait a week and a half to give it more context.
Right.
We don't wait 2 months to give it context.
Yeah, but part of his point was that it was he did say it was an overreaction, but we overreact to a bunch of stuff. So
Yeah, I guess it's the terminology,
It's the
too.
normal.
Like, when I hear overreaction, I hear, like,
Anybody who wanted him fired at the bye week,
right.
that's an overreaction.
Yeah.
But that was a minuscule group of people.
Like, how come we can't use the term normal reaction?
Yes, it's a normal. And you know what? I think that's sort of
Underreaction.
I think that's sort of what Schefter was saying is nowadays that's the normal reaction.
Yeah, overreaction would have been fire Sirianni at the
Right,
bye week so
right.
that you have 2 weeks to prepare for the next game.
But I think in the building they don't react that way, and that was part of Sirianni's point.
His players did.
well, they literally did.
His players did. They literally went to him and
hang
said,
on.
"Let's change course, coach."
Hang on, we're saying the overreaction are the people that wanted him fired. and the players didn't want him fired.
Correct.
They
No.
wanted to talk to him about things that they need to
They
change.
just wanted to change.
Coach,
the
let us
direction of
coach the team.
offense.
Let us tell you how it's.
What do we have on the text line, Connor?
All right, so this is part of what we talk about here. This is a first-time texter, and they say,
Love that.
Nick is still a clown, and no one can change my mind. With this roster, my mom would have the same record he does, and she wouldn't have even had the collapse they did last year.
Now that's the thing. So
See, that's an overreaction in the other.
and
one.
I don't like that people do that to Jalen Hurts. Oh, anybody could play quarterback
With
in the
these
system.
weapons.
Look, you got to make the throws, and coaching is not just game planning. Coaching is also culture. Look, again, the players going into his office, they felt comfortable going to his office, which means he has that set. It's like the Rob Thompson thing. Rob Thompson, you don't necessarily like his in-game decision making.
No, I think he's
but
not.
you're not calling him a bad manager
No, I
because
celebrate the fact that he's a great culture builder.
right, and that's a big thing for a 162-game season.
Remember the name Bobby Petrino?
Yes.
When he was an NFL head coach, I had a player come to me, and then I went with the story on the air. He walked in, one of Bobby Petrino's players, went into his office on an off day during the off season and just wanted to pop in and say hello. He was at his desk, and Bobby Petrino looked up and said, "Could you please make an appointment?"
Yeah, that's horrible.
And it started, and that was before he'd ever coached a game.
Oh, my God.
And it was just like, okay, this isn't going to work out.
And Sirianni's not doing that.
Nick Sirianni is no. I guarantee you, he knows people's kids' names.
Yes.
I guarantee you, he cares enough about them, and those are all positives, and we always bring them up.
We do always bring them up. So, yeah, to call him a clown and,
That's
and
wrong.
Mom could be coaching this team.
Well, wait a minute. I haven't seen Mom's body of work.
You know what?
That's
You're right.
true.
You're right. I don't know what her playbook is.
If Mom's from Delco, my mom was a mom.
Look, I could say
and
this.
she's from Delco. She would have been a tough coach.
Mom may also be a better offensive mind than Nick Sirianni.
Yeah, I think she might be.
I'm not afraid
she might be.
look. I'm not afraid to say that Nick Sirianni is not this offensive guru that
Yeah, no.
he's portrayed to be.
He's not. He's
that
not.
does not mean he's a bad
body
head
of
coach.
body of work is there. Last year was the perfect opportunity for him to say, "Give me the wheel."
And he did not.
I'll take it. He couldn't.
Yeah. All right. What else we got?
All right, so text here, another first-time texter. A lot of people chiming in for this for the first time.
Good.
They say, sorry, Andrew and John, you're being overreactive and nitpicking. I love you guys, but disagree. And it's a little much to say the first 6 weeks were very rough. 0-6 would be very rough. Just sometimes I think you guys are a little too judgy too early in the season.
Well, here's where I will try to remind people where I was at least I was coming from. But John, I know you're on the same page here.
Okay.
But I'm not. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Go on.
Every game I watched was with expectations of a conference championship appearance.
That's the truth too, which definitely can cloud your reactions, right?
So when you look like you are not a playoff team at times, I'm going to say, what the hell is going on here? I expect you to be better. And it's like that in life. Like if somebody does something stupid that I love and I expect more out of them, I would say to them, like, hey, buddy.
If you have a straight A student and the student starts bringing home C's, you overreact.
Yeah.
What's going on?
I'm not going to say, well,
You
he
never
used to get A's.
Yeah, it's like, what's going on? Why are you getting C's all of a sudden? There's a problem. Let's look at it. Let's figure it out.
And because I have higher expectations and I have standards. And look, Jalen Hurts himself is the guy that does the whole standard is the standard. So if the standard is the standard, I'm going to call you out to the standard.
Yeah,
Yes.
but the counterpoint to the grade conversation is Nick Sirianni got an F last year for the entire collapse that happened, and then he started off the season as C-, which is a step in the right direction. And with new coordinators and a change to the system on both sides of the ball, it might have been reasonable to think.
You sound like me. Well, that wasn't a great semester, but I had a little bit of a...
No. But it was better than last year.
I had an uptick in this semester.
That beginning of this year was a disaster.
It was not a disaster.
It was his decision making. His in-game stuff was the worst it's ever been in his fourth year.
What's the Packers record?
The Packers record?
Yeah,
8-3.
8-3, I guess.
So you went and played in neutral
what are they?
field.
Are they? No, they're 9-3.
9-3.
Neutral field, bad surface, first game of the
won.
year.
And we praised
celebrate-
them for that.
It was the next three.
It was the next ones.
I got
That's
you,
all
but
part of that
we
quarter.
can't call 500 a disaster.
No, the way that went, the way that all went down, it was an absolute disaster. And by the way, not showing up at all in Tampa was an absolute disaster.
that was pretty
That was
bad.
pitiful.
Yeah.
And by the way, I don't think there has ever been a game other than last year's playoff game in the Nick Sirianni administration where we've said that. Where like in his 4 years, if you talk regular season games,
Oh, they
only,
show to play, yeah.
he always tends to have his teams ready to go. And we give them credit for that. But that Tampa Bay game was a disgrace. It was an absolute disgrace, the way that they showed up.
All right.
Or didn't show
every
up.
Wednesday at 8 o'clock, we're joined by our man Adam Schefter from ESPN. Here's the best 5 minutes of it. From ESPN, Shefty, good morning.
Andrew, John, good morning. Happy holidays. Happy everything.
I want to start off with what we're talking about today, Adam, with you. He recently did an interview where he believes that people were overreacting to the early start of the season, the 2-2 start, entering the bye week, and then, of course, the shaky win against the Browns where he had the meltdown where he yelled at fans. Do you agree that people were overreacting to the first third of the Eagles season, or was it warranted?
That's what we do in today's day and age. Everybody overreacts to everything. And coming off the type of ending that they had last year, that's why people overreacted, because they finished as poorly as they did, and people were scarred by that. If the Eagles had finished strong last year and the ending to their season had been the Super Bowl loss to the Chiefs like it was the year before, and they were 2-2, the conversation would have been a little bit more reasonable than it was. But it wasn't.
Do you believe that the number one seed is something that is going to be like incredibly critical for either the Lions or the Eagles to get to the Super Bowl? Or do you believe that when two great teams play, they're just going to play and it really doesn't matter the venue?
I think incredibly critical is a little bit overdone.
Okay.
I think it is a advantage to whoever gets the one seed. And Detroit's leaking a little bit of oil. Like, Detroit has looked until recently like the best team in the league. But now, and that's what is always the case in the NFL, it's a long season. There's a lot of things that change. What is happening in week 2 and 3 is not the same thing that's happening in weeks 12 and 13. And even though the Lions look like the best team, the Eagles have undeniably and unmistakably closed ground on them and maybe even overtaken them. And I would say if they've overtaken them, it's largely because of all the defensive injuries the Lions have suffered. I mean, it has been very, very difficult. You look at what they've lost, right? Aiden Hutchinson out till at least the Super Bowl, maybe the season. Marcus Davenport out for the year. John Kaminsky out for the year. Alex Anzalone out for the playoffs. Derek Barnes out. Malcolm Murray is out for the year. Jalen Reeves-Maybin out. Like, a lot of defensive talent. A lot. And you could only withstand so many losses before it starts to take a toll on your team. And I believe that will eventually impact them, yes.
Now, when it comes to the Eagles defensively, we're watching an incredible story in Zach Bond week in and week out. Have you heard any whispers of a contract extension between the Eagles and Zach Bond? And if not, is that Zach Bond's camp waiting to see just how many awards might be going his way before the season's over?
I really haven't heard anything about that. I'm sure both sides would like to get it done. It's worked out. It's been a great year for him. But I haven't heard that a deal is getting done, which, by the way, maybe it gets done today. I didn't know about it, right? But I haven't heard about a deal getting done. I can tell you that I'm sure they'd want to keep him.
Do you know if the Eagles were in on any other edge rushers after Brandon Graham went down? Obviously, they acquired Charles Harris off of waivers. Anything else that the Eagles were targeting before trying to get things ready for the playoffs?
There's only so many things you can do here, right? Like, you lose Brandon Graham. The Lions went out and added Quan Alexander and Jamal Adams. It's not like you go up the street into a store and go get a good quality defensive end for your playoff push. Like, if he was out there, other teams would have signed him.
I guess I'm leading you to the Shaq Barrett conversation. Were the Eagles showing any interest there? Miami had to activate Barrett, but they declined. So
Yeah. Well, it was like a 24-hour window, and it's a moot point because he was on the Dolphins' reserve retired list, and they never let him go. So the Eagles aren't even allowed to show interest because that would be tampering.
Do you think there's motivation on their part to make sure that he didn't go to play for a guy in Vic Fangio?
Never even thought of that. I would think that wouldn't have entered in, no.
What I do want to talk to you about is the exciting play of Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell, a first and second round draft pick from the Eagles. Have you ever seen a defense have so much success so early on thanks to two young players like that? I mean, they're both rookies, and you would think that they've been in the league for 4 or 5 years now.
Yeah, I believe it would have been 1979. There was a year in which the San Francisco 49ers drafted 4 defensive backs. 4. It was like Carlton Williamson and Ronnie Lott, and the 49ers were so woeful in the secondary and took 4 defensive backs. Like 3 of them wound up starting, and all 4 played, and they went to the NFC Championship game, and it was largely because of these rookie defensive backs. So the Eagles hit on 2, and the 49ers that year hit on 4.
Wow.
So, yeah, I have seen that before. And look, if we go back to the draft, one of the byproducts of all the teams being interested in all the quarterbacks, and there being this push to where there were 6 quarterbacks selected in the first 12 picks, was that it push down other players like Quingham Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. Ordinarily, they might not be there where Philadelphia was picking, but because of this emphasis and push on QBs and them going higher than many people projected them to, that pushed down other players that went later than people expected them to. And those are two examples. And it worked out to Philadelphia's advantage with those guys going there.
Right now, is there anybody playing any better football than the Birds?
No, right now they are playing at the highest level of any team in the league. But to that I say, so what? So what? It's week 14. We're getting late. You want to play your best football in week 18, wild card 1, wild card 2. Like, again, a month ago, I would have said and did say the Lions were playing the best football in the league. So now we're on December 4th or whatever it is, and what does it matter? So, look, they're playing great, and as long as they keep playing like that and stay healthy, they're going to have a real chance to have the kind of season that they want.
All right, there's our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter. You can listen to the entire interview on 97.5thefanatic.com. By the way, Schefter texted John asking for more context to the conversation.
We were talking back and forth on the on that conversation.
And it's being skewed, Connor.
It's not being skewed.
Not surprised.
It's being skewed.
Nah, that's what you said.
It's being
I'm
skewed.
not shocked you're saying that. That's very, very good. I'm not shocked.
I love you were going back and forth with somebody the other day. John O.
Oh, yes.
And John responded with, I don't care what Adam or John says. Connor and Andrew are still right.
I love it, yes.
Damn right we are.
I don't care what anybody else says.
I love this. The new tweet. You know how the local reporters get the mass email and they all
Oh, and they all at the same
all
time?
the same
they all have to tweet out the same thing. The latest one is the Eagles can clinch a playoff berth with.
Yes.
Guys, like I get it. You have to put out the tweet.
Wait a minute.
The Eagles are making the playoffs.
I understand, but I think that's great. I think it's great to see the scenario.
I'm not thinking about playoff berth clinching. I'm talking it's 2 seed, 1 seed.
Yeah, the
Playoff
people
berth.
don't
Okay,
know.
the 2 seed
Playoff
match.
berth means nothing to me
By
right
the way,
now.
as you heard yesterday on the show, the 2 seed was a magic number of 3.
Yes.
And that's what everybody going with.
I don't need the playoff berth scenarios. Like they're making the playoffs.
But
See, I
this
like
week,
that.
that's what's up.
I
See,
like
you're being
seeing it.
nitpicky
I
again.
can't believe you're being really.
Wait, are you going to
You know what
celebrate
you're being here?
playoff berth clinch?
Guess what? No one's saying celebrate it. They're just saying there's the. I'm telling you this. You're sounding like a little bit of a D on this
A
one.
curmudgeon?
Yeah, dude. They're
No.
informing you of something.
Yeah, I care more about 2 seed.
Okay, well, then it's not for you.
It doesn't say that you shouldn't care, and it does say 2 seed is a 3. Is the number, by the way, which we had yesterday in the show.
Yes.
There are more people in the world than Andrew Salciunas.
Well, you know what?
Gosh.
Team of me, dude. Team of me. All
A
right.
little disappointed in you.
There's an I in win. All right. What do we have on the text
All right,
line?
Jordan.
What do we got on the text line there, Connor?
All right, so we have a bunch of people still chiming in on this Nick Sirianni overreaction
I imagine that
conversation.
there are.
Tim from Ben Salem says, I think it was an overreaction. They're the best team in football now, and you guys seem to
Now.
rip Nick even when you try and praise him.
That's completely untrue.
That's not true. We
We
joke
literally-
around when he
but we've-
says something
right,
dumb.
but we have been nothing but praiseworthy. We've been
Yeah.
all over him. In fact, we've said how great he's been doing. We led the show with it just the other day.
Like I laughed at Nick the other day when he was talking about rat poison, saying
Well,
saying that people saying the Eagles are a good football team is rat poison. Like, yeah,
Well,
I'm
wait.
gonna make fun of you for saying that.
Now, the rat poison, he's getting that from Devontae
From-
Smith, and
yeah,
he's getting it from
Saban.
Jalen Hurts.
Right.
Because that is Saban's thing, the
But
rat poison.
That's a good thing. He's listening to
I
what his
know.
players say, and he's using
Who played
that
for Nick
as part
Saban,
of his
so I like
messaging.
that. Yeah,
Like, that should
absolutely.
be commended.
and Landon Dickerson.
No, but like, and I hate it was an overreaction because of what's going on right now. Stop doing revisionist history. At
Right.
the time, it was bad. And I would like to know what all these texters were saying in time. After week 2, after week 4, after week 6. What were people saying then?
Well, we talked to him. Go back to what people were saying
Well,
to
you
us.
have the text. You're the master of the text line.
I can't scroll through months and months of
Oh,
text.
well, then all of a sudden you're
Just use your memory, kid. I know you got
Yeah,
one.
and you know what my memory is? Everybody was freaking miserable. Oh, but they're winning now. Yes. That doesn't mean what happened didn't happen. All right, coming up next, we continue all of our discussion today. More texts and more calls at 610-632-0975. And fear of a morning show host. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports News Update.
Trying to solve the slow starts. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. Veterans exposed to toxins while serving at home or abroad may be eligible for VA care and disability payments. Apply now at chooseva.gov. The Eagles at 10-2 have a lot going their way right now, but one concern with the team has been the slow starts on offense. Kellen Moore, offensive coordinator, met with media yesterday and talked about that in his media availability.
We build as we go, and certainly we've had a lot of success as the game has progressed. The cool thing is in the first quarters, as frustrating as it can be, I think our guys handle the adversity really well, and ultimately we don't want to face that adversity every single week.
Clearly, with an 8-game winning streak, they have been handling it well, but the ideal thing would be to not face that adversity at all. So we'll see if the Birds will have an ability to get off to a fast start against the Carolina Panthers on Sunday at 1 p.m. Lincoln Financial Field. They'll look to take their winning streak to 9 games. The Sixers, well, their winning streak right now is at 2. It's their first time winning consecutive games this year. They took down the Charlotte Hornets 110-104 last night. Paul George, 29 points in the W, 6 3-pointers. He was hot from deep last night, and we'll see if they can keep it going tonight as they have a chance to make it 3 in a row. They'll be back on the court at 7:30 p.m., this time at the Wells Fargo Center against the Orlando Magic. You can hear that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Flyers are still off. They'll be back on the ice tomorrow night. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Sirriani's livid, John. Livid. Why are you guys coming after my boy today?
Please. This door was opened up by him.
Yeah, we're not going after your boy saying that he's a bad coach. We're going after your boy because he said that people were overreacting to the early struggles of this football team.
Like,
and Bill himself, John, was posting post-game reaction videos of, I got to rip my guy here. No family dinner with Nick.
There were times when Chubby Tunas could have been unleashed. Now, if I make brownies and bring them in every day and wave them in your face, and you, that's my fault.
That is your fault.
If you are bringing in the brownies, you stop and you get brownies on your own.
That'd be all
that's
me.
your fault.
Yeah.
This is all his fault. Everything was going great, was going swimmingly.
Now I need to have some own self-awareness. If you bring the brownies in, I could say no, not today.
Okay, you do, but guess what?
But then
you
again,
want to have them. They're the best brownies in the world.
And it'd be disrespectful to you.
Right.
Like you took the time to make those
exactly.
brownies. All right, before we get to the texts and calls, fear of a morning show host.
Okay.
So I've alluded to it a couple of times today that I feel very energized, John.
Okay.
Because I got an extra hour of sleep.
You did.
Because when I thought I hit snooze, I didn't. And thank God for body clocks. 5:03 was when I looked at my phone while I was in bed. 5:03 is typically when I'm sitting down at the computer here in One Ballot Plaza.
That's usually when you're usually walking in the door, 4:59 to 5:01.
Yeah.
Something like that.
It's very strange how it's like the same time every single day. And it's always the same. You're here right before. When you're not here, I think you died. Like, I'm worried that John Kincade is dead. Because it's very few times I've beaten you here to the station. It's usually John, then me. Sometimes Connor and I are pulling in at the exact same time.
Yeah, sometimes you walk in together.
B Gun gets here at 5:30. Haley gets here at 5:45. It
used to be 5:30.
It's very strategic how we come in.
It is.
So there are four fears of a morning show host that I think I've experienced so far. One, accidentally not hitting snooze. And then all of a sudden you sleep an extra hour. Because let's face it, we're tired at 4 o'clock in the morning. Coffee gets me going. All right? Waking up feeling sick because you don't know what to do. Are you going to call your boss at 4 o'clock in the morning?
Yes. That's a hard thing to do.
So Connor just last week, was it 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Connor
2
came
weeks
in
ago.
like dead because what were you going to do at 4:30 in the morning?
Got to make the donuts.
Try finding somebody to cover for you. No, now we let you leave early because we didn't want your illnesses.
Yeah, we want you to spread it.
The car not working. Early on in this show, when we started back in March, I think it was in the April, my car battery died.
I remember that one.
I had an order an Uber at 4:30 in the morning in suburban South Jersey. And I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to get one. Unfortunately, I did. The last one so far that I've noticed, and you guys could add to this, I don't check traffic. I don't.
Which I find baffling.
Because there's not many people on the
4:30 in the
road.
morning.
I understand, but the thing is, I navigate two major highways.
I understand.
202 and the Schuylkill.
I navigate 55, 42, 76.
202 I'm not worried about because 202 I can jump off at any point, hopefully, and then take the back roads that go down 30 or whatever.
Yeah.
The Schuylkill, I'm screwed. If I see red on the Schuylkill, then I know I got to get off. I can't take the Schuylkill. I got to take the back roads. I have to see that every day. And I've had to do that in the time of doing this morning show. I probably had to do that 7 or 8 times.
Yeah.
But I see the red. I know I'm not going to go sit in the red. So that's what I do.
one
checking
time-
traffic's for the birds.
The only time that I didn't do it that it bit me, you got caught in it too. There was a police officer was struck by a truck, and they shut down all of 76. I think I got here at the start of the show, like when the Open was playing, and you were about 10 minutes out because you were behind me.
Yeah.
On 76.
But listen, man, that's traffic.
Those are my 4 fears of a morning show host that I've noticed so far.
Checking it doesn't move it. Sometimes you just got to survive it, just like the start to the Eagles season.
Is there
And then it
anything
opens up.
else? You've been doing this longer than I have.
No.
Because people think we just roll in here and work. Like
No, my fear.
we get here at 5. The show's on at 6. We're here at 5 o'clock.
The crazy thing is the fear that I have is that I will oversleep the night the Eagles Commanders game.
Yeah.
I probably crawled into bed after leaving the stadium and everything like that. I probably got into bed around 103, 104.
Yeah.
And I'm saying the alarm's going off a little after 4 o'clock.
Yeah, I got to wake up.
Yeah. That is the fear. It's more the anxiousness of, and then that night, invariably, I end up seeing the clock every hour.
Yeah, of course, because you're thinking about it.
It's in my
it's
mind.
on your mind.
As long as I don't think about the clock, I'm fine.
It's a tough gig, man.
Yeah,
really
people really feel bad for us, Connor. Let's go to Vito in Philly. What's up, Vito?
Hey, what's up? How are you guys?
What's up, brother?
What's going on, buddy?
Hey, first I just want to say, John, I disagree with you on a lot of stuff, but you're like an angel to radio. I appreciate your takes.
Thank you, buddy.
But I think there was a little overreaction just based off. I don't know if you guys remember when you guys were talking about the intern coaches. I think that was a little overreaction from you guys. I don't know.
The intern
like
coaches?
Interim.
Interim.
Interim, yeah. You guys were talking about the interim coaches. I think that was like a big overreaction from you guys.
Wait, when? But we never talked about firing.
Yeah, but we never talked about
firing
wanting him
Sirianni ever.
We didn't want that to happen. There were people that talked about it, and we did refer to it, but we never believed.
Yeah,
in
I
that.
can tell you that John and I and Connor, we never, ever talked about firing Nick Sirianni. Now, I will say to you that I believe the offensive success is because of Kellen Moore and the defensive success is because of Vic Fangio, but I never said that Nick Sirianni should be fired.
Okay, yeah, I respect that opinion.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is that do you think? And Vito, talk about this one though. Do you think that we should ignore like stuff like that? Because some people do. Some people say you shouldn't even bring up the fact that somebody wants to make a coaching change. It's so ridiculous. Don't bring it up. And I can understand those who have that opinion.
Yeah, and plus I understand it's radio talk, so you guys have to talk about things in game and game plan. So
yeah, we got to talk about it a lot. And thanks for the call, Vito. And it's
there you go, buddy.
We don't make stuff up. That was one of our when this show first started. We were never going to make anything up. Oh, should the Eagles trade A.J. Brown for Patrick Surtain? Like that's nonsense.
We weren't doing that show.
No,
we were hoping that enough people would go to gravitate towards it that they'd say, yeah, that's not what we're doing.
Yeah, no,
we're not trying to come up with the latest salacious thing that's never going to happen.
Yeah.
By the way, and I just want to say we had another one. We didn't do it a lot in this show. Juan Soto was never coming here.
Right.
He was never coming here. The Phillies were never going to be in on Juan Soto. And so it didn't make any sense. The money wasn't going to work. But there are a lot of people who breathlessly talked about, hey, Juan Soto. It wasn't never.
The only thing that you and I disagree with was the Bryce Harper aspect of it.
And I still will.
You could stand by your opinion. That's what you and I disagreed with. That
because they were never going to. There is zero chance that Juan Soto was going to come here without renegotiating Bryce Harper's
contract.
Bryce Harper was not going to make $20 or $25 million a year less than Juan Soto on the same team. Never was that going to happen. And I feel very confident in a guy who wanted to renegotiate with 9 years left. Well, he felt he deserved more money, that was never going to happen.
He may have just wanted to renegotiate anyway, and that would have been
he wanted to renegotiate last year before Juan Soto even came into it.
Either way,
if you paid Soto $20 to $25 million more a year, are you kidding me?
Either way, it's not happening, even though a lot of people did report that the Philadelphia Phillies were a team that were in the conversation.
And they ended up being that they finally had got into it, like just talking and just had a perfunctory, kick a tire.
It was like the Sixers with LeBron in 2019
You kick a tire, you do that, and that's it.
Yeah. What do we got in the text line there, Connor?
All right, so we have a check-in on the start to the season, and that's what everyone's been checking in on.
Of course, it's been our main topic today. We
first-time
appreciate the people chiming in, regardless of their opinion.
Absolutely, and I especially appreciate this person because they agree with me, and they say Connor has a point about patience. This is a young team, especially on defense, and they took time to gel. To John's point about the boss comment, because we talked earlier, remember, this is me editorializing, about like if you went to your boss and you didn't listen to what they were saying to you and didn't make these changes, there would be a reaction to that as well. Don't you think your boss would give you some grace early on if you just replaced your assistant managers below you and the previous one struggled?
Not in the NFL.
Yeah.
I'm not, in all seriousness, the NFL
is so impatient.
Look at Justin Fields. Like, he started 2 years with the Bears, and they were just like,
no, we're done.
Caleb Williams.
Wait a minute. This year, This year, the Carolina Panthers gave up on the guy who's going to play quarterback on Sunday.
Yeah.
They gave up on Bryce Young and then had to go back to him.
Right.
And then now they're like, oh, there's no grace in the NFL.
Think about the teams you're talking about that don't extend grace. The Giants, the Panthers, are they organizations you want to emulate? Should we give more grace?
Well, then they should have given more grace to Chip Kelly
Right.
or something. You know what I mean?
Then Chip Kelly deserved more. Yes, he did.
It's not just a blanket grace.
Or Doug should have had more grace.
Doug should have had more
sticking
grace.
with his guys.
It's not blanket, but there are some times where even the way that the NFL reacts to coaches is too overreactionary.
Sure, but you're going to decide. You can't decide where to give grace over somebody else.
Yes, you absolutely can.
If
That's
there's
the
a
whole
lot
idea.
of no, but I mean, but no one's going to agree on who gets the grace.
That's true.
And
It's gonna be
that's
personal.
why we have this argument to decide who we think should.
That's why we got Sports Talk Radio, baby.
Bingo.
All right, coming up next, it is the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3 best minutes from today's show. And that, of course, leads you up to the Mike Missanelli Show beginning at 10 o'clock with Bill Carlula, Ray Dunn, and a special guest. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson.
Good luck to any team.
47 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on what has been a fun, spirited day of Kincade and Salciunas on a Wednesday. Dude, it's almost the weekend already, dude. This week has flown by.
It's really flying.
The Eagles winning and everybody being happy, and I know today's show doesn't necessarily seem that way because of what Nick Sirianni had to say. This week has flown by, and I can't wait for a beatdown of the Panthers on Sunday and to just continue the good vibes going for the Birds.
And it's supposed to be a gorgeous Sunday afternoon.
I'm looking forward to that for no specific reason whatsoever.
Not at all.
It is time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. 3 best minutes from today's show brought to us by Von C. Brewing.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Johnny, good morning.
And a good morning to you, too, on a Wednesday as we move closer to Panthers on Sunday.
Yeah. Are we looking at Panthers on Sunday?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, I am not overlooking anything. I refuse to overlook anything with this.
They can beat those little kitties.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so.
The Panthers got an Bryce Young noodle arm. Come on, man.
Okay.
Is this a trap game because Andrew's overlooking the Panthers? Do you believe that did we overreact? Were we reacting a little too quickly to the Eagles' 2-2 start, the bye week, and then the ugly win against the Browns coming out of the bye against the worst quarterback at the time in the NFL, Deshaun Watson?
He is the worst quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, but at that time, statistically, he was the worst quarterback in the NFL, and they beat them 20-16. So were we overreacting to the first 5 games of the season, the first 6 weeks of the season because of the bye week? My answer is no. I don't believe that we were overreacting. And if you think that we were, why did it take players going into Nick Sirianni's office to ask for a change with the offensive philosophy? Now, I will say this, John. I've credited Nick Sirianni for listening.
No, we did. We've credited him over and over.
I applaud him for doing that. But it still needed to happen. It still led to that, to the point where players had to go into his office and knock on the door and say, Nick, you got to run the football, man. They didn't go to Kellen Moore's office. They didn't go to somebody else. They went to Nick because clearly they saw a problem and they wanted to address it because these guys aren't here to just win football games. They're here to try to win a big picture game, which is the Super Bowl. And that's why I was angry after the Saints win, after the Browns win, because this season's about getting back to the NFC Championship game, not just winning a game here and there in September.
Nick the victim. This is his victimization tour. I'm the victim. Now I'm winning. Now I'm going to get chesty. Now I'm going to lash out. And this is what happened. And this is where every single time that he draws me in to go, look, and we've given him nothing but praise, I think, for a month.
Yes.
We've come in after every game and said, great job, Nick.
Because he's deserved it.
Because he's deserved it and he's earned it. But now what he's trying to do is he's trying to portray it as he's the victim here. That these people are too rough on me. So I don't want to hear this victimization. He's now winning, and now it's like, man, see? I had it all along. These people jumped my back, man. I had it all along. Yeah, now. That's not the way it was. It's not the way it was. It's revisionist history, and it's Nick the victim.
Yeah, and
it's why every time I get sucked in on this guy, I get pissed off because I just give him the benefit of the doubt, and he's doing it despite the football tour.
From ESPN, Schefter, good morning.
Detroit's leaking a little bit of oil. Detroit has looked until recently like the best team in the league, but now, and that's what is always the case in the NFL. It's a long season. There's a lot of things that change. What is happening in weeks 2 and 3 is not the same thing that's happening in weeks 12 and 13. And even though the Lions look like the best team, the Eagles have undeniably and unmistakably closed ground on them and maybe even overtaken them.
He did this.
He did this to himself.
This is ridiculous. Walter, this is not us. We've been doing nothing but praising him for a month. For a month, he's been getting nothing but praise. Stop it with that BS. That's a bunch of garbage. He's the one who brought this up. He's the one who created this narrative.
This is not a rip Nick Sirianni fest.
Sounds like it.
No, it isn't.
But you know what? I'm ripping him doing the stupid nonsense of, people were overreacting.
We weren't overreacting.
Driven. Okay.
That's nonsense.
Okay, wait.
Listen now. Yeah. You guys were overreacting then, and you're overreacting now.
How are we overreacting then?
Listen, what did I tell you through the start of the whole season about patience, about letting them get 4 weeks in, about, it's going to be the Giants game? I had this set the whole way, and you guys refused to listen to me, and you came in pissed off about this win and pissed off about this win. And
I came pissed off and win.
What was I doing the whole way? I understand your issues with the head coach. I did not want him back. I think he has major deficiencies.
You could probably cut this part.
We were overreacting to the start of a team that was very talented and had time to figure it out.
Was that editorialized at the end there?
I didn't do anything there.
See,
it's called the end of it.
Like
it's called the things, as he said, and Brendan Gunn, I think, used it the other day. Things don't matter until they matter. Things don't matter.
How does that apply here?
No, I think,
Is that-
I think
is
you
it-
missed, no, you
Is
missed
that
the list.
you can just say it's not important, it's not important, it's not important until it is important.
I don't think that works.
I think it does.
That's all right.
I think it really does.
That was the key three presented by Von C. Brewing Company.
We
in
got baseball
Norristown.
season right around the corner.
Check out their key three. The OG
Winter
Pills
meetings.
Legendary Philly Lager, which is a gold medal winner at the 2023 World Beer Cup for the best American Pilsner. That family recipe's been dating back since the 1860s.
Wow.
The Walking on Clouds, which is the Von C's flagship hazy IPA. And Johnny?
The Vienna Lager, a 2-time Best of Pennsylvania winner, made with all German.
Jeez, I was going to say.
Made with all German ingredients.
Oh, man.
I'm Wilhelm.
I live for this.
I am Wilhelm. That was John. Wilhelm says, get to Norristown. It's just like Vienna. VonCBrewing.com. Check it out.
I was
now.
going to say, if I didn't get German John, I came in
Well, that's
today
Wilhelm.
after waking up at 5:03 and not 4:03. I said, I got to get into work. Most people would have just gone
Or
back
maybe
to bed.
you had too many Von C's last night.
No, that did not happen.
You did not?
No.
None of that?
No.
That's a shame.
No, come on, man.
After that Sixers win.
Look, 2 straight. One more. That's called a winning streak. Not that movie's ever been quoted before.
Woo.
Yeah, 2 wins in a row.
Listen, bro, you got to win games.
Yeah, at some
Yeah.
point.
Baby steps.
Yes.
John's just rooting for the Eagles' victory total scenario to come to
Keep
play.
going, baby.
So what? 5-14. What was the by January? What?
The Eagles on January the 5th.
So the last regular season game, right?
Last regular season game, the morning of, the Eagles would have more wins than the Sixers.
So the Sixers have they have 5 wins right
5?
now,
5.
and a handful of
And
games.
the Phillies have 10. And the Eagles have 10.
The Eagles do have 10, and they'll
And
probably
the Eagles will probably
finish
finish
with
13. You figure 13-14. It's probably the way to work out. Because you guys were quick to say, "Oh no, that could never happen."
Well,
I'm
they got 14
dude,
games
that West Coast trip, I'm going to tell you right now, get some sleep.
They got 14 games left, so they would have to win
To beat the Eagles, they're going to have to guarantee
at least
to get
9.
They're going to have to get at least 9.
Yeah, at least 9.
At least 9.
'Cause that would put
they
the
got to
Eagles
go
at
9.
4.
They got to go 9-5.
They would have to go 9 and
Good luck.
9 and
Good
5.
luck. Good luck.
Hey, 2 in a row, baby.
Possible.
Yeah, it is. It's possible.
Not probable.
Yeah. Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partner, Window Nation, or Door Nation when it comes to the Salciunas. And make a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research. You can do it today at 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives.
You know what? I think they make it 3 in a row tonight, John.
Who are they playing tonight?
The Orlando Magic.
Wow, Magic are really good, too.
They are a good team.
That's an that'd be very,
they play
very
them
impressive.
twice
And
in back-to-back
I saw where
games.
Nick Nurse said he doesn't know whether Joel Embiid's playing or not. And he
know.
doesn't expect him to play.
Trust me. I know. Sixers only 3.5-point dogs. So that's why.
That's suspicious.
Sixers win.
That is suspicious.
Sixers win tonight. All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow morning. Mike Missanelli Show coming your way next right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.